Welcome to the darkest corner of YouTube, where real nightmares breathe. So before we descend into the shadows, make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications. Tonight, you're about to hear terrifying encounters, unexplained creatures, and true chilling tales that will keep you awake long after the video ends. If you're ready for fear, let's begin.
My name doesn't matter anymore. What matters is what I saw in those woods and what I barely survived to tell you about. I transferred to the Nikolai National Forest in northern Wisconsin in late September, leaving behind a comfortable position in Yellowstone. The pay was better, they said, more responsibility, a promotion. What they didn't tell me was why the last ranger, a man named Matthew Sullivan, had requested an immediate transfer after only 6 weeks, or why the ranger before him, Ezra Thornton, had simply disappeared. I should have asked more questions. My supervisor, Gabriel Morrison, met me at the ranger station on my first day. He was a weathered man in his late 50s, with deep lines around his eyes that spoke of decades spent squinting at tree lines. When he shook my hand, his grip was firm, but his palm was clammy despite the cool autumn air. "This is a big territory," Gabriel said, spreading a topographical map across the desk. "Over 661,000 acres. You'll be responsible for the northern sector, about 80,000 acres of that. It's remote. Some areas haven't seen human traffic in years." "That's what I signed up for," I said, trying to sound confident. Gabriel's eyes met mine, and for just a moment, I saw something there. Fear? Warning? It passed so quickly, I convinced myself I'd imagined it. "There's been some unusual activity reported," he continued. "Hikers claiming they've heard things, seen things. It's probably nothing. People get spooked easily in dense forest, but keep your radio on at all times." And he paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. "If you see something that doesn't make sense, something that shouldn't be there, you radio it in immediately. Don't investigate alone. Understood?" I nodded, but I didn't understand. Not then. The ranger cabin where I'd be living was a 2-room structure built in the 1960s, nestled in a clearing about 15 miles from the nearest town. The isolation was exactly what I'd wanted, a chance to disconnect from the noise of modern life. Carter, the maintenance worker who drove me out there, barely spoke during the journey. When we arrived, he helped me unload my supplies with hurried efficiency. "You need anything else?" he asked, already backing toward his truck. "I think I'm good. Thanks for the help, Carter." He nodded, then hesitated with his hand on the truck door. "You got a gun?" "Standard issue .40 caliber? Why?" "Keep it loaded," he said, and close. Before I could ask what he meant, he was in his truck and driving away, leaving a cloud of dust hanging in the amber afternoon light. That first week passed uneventfully. I fell into a routine. Morning patrols, checking trails and campsites, documenting wildlife, maintaining the fire breaks. The forest was beautiful in a wild, untamed way. Ancient pines towered overhead, their branches creating a canopy so thick that even at noon, the forest floor existed in a perpetual twilight. The undergrowth was dense with ferns and fallen logs covered in moss, and everywhere was the smell of earth and decay and living things. But there was something else, too. Something I couldn't quite name. The birds, I noticed, stopped singing around 4 p.m. every day. The forest would grow eerily quiet, as if every creature had collectively decided to hold its breath. And in that silence, you could hear things. Branches breaking in the distance, the rustle of something large moving through the underbrush. Once I could have sworn I heard what sounded like speech, guttural, harsh syllables that weren't quite words. I told myself it was wind or elk or my imagination adjusting to the isolation. On my 8th day, I met Isaac and Jaden, 2 hikers from Minnesota who'd set up camp near Crystal Lake, about 6 miles from my cabin. They seemed relieved to see me. "Thank God," Isaac said when I approached their campsite. We were about to pack up and leave. "Something wrong?" I asked. The 2 men exchanged glances. Jaden, the younger of the 2, looked embarrassed. "We've been hearing things at night. Weird things." "What kind of things?" "Howling, but not like wolves," Isaac said. "More like... it's hard to describe. And last night something circled our camp for hours. We could hear it walking around us just beyond the firelight. Something big." I checked their campsite perimeter and found tracks, large tracks. At first glance they looked like bear prints, but something was off. The stride was too long, the gait too upright, and there, pressed into the soft earth near their tent, was something that made my blood run cold. It looked like a human footprint, but it was massive, at least 16 inches long and 7 inches wide, with clear impressions of 5 toes. But the proportions were wrong. The depth of the print suggesting something that weighed far more than any human should. "Bear," I told them, trying to keep my voice steady. "Probably a big one. You should consider moving to a different site." They didn't need to be told twice. By noon they were packed and heading south, back toward civilization. I watched them go, then radioed Gabriel. "I found tracks near Crystal Lake," I reported. "Large bipedal prints. You ever seen anything like this before?" The radio crackled for a long moment. Gabriel didn't respond. "Then how large?" 16 inches, maybe more." Another long pause. "Come back to the station. We need to talk." "I'm in the middle of now." The drive back to the ranger station took 40 minutes on the winding forest roads. Gabriel was waiting outside, along with 2 other rangers I hadn't met, Luca Martinez and Anthony Chen. Both looked grim. "Come inside," Gabriel said. In the station's conference room, Gabriel spread out a folder filled with reports and photographs. My stomach turned as I looked at them. "This is what we've been dealing with for the past 18 months. And this is why the last 3 rangers assigned to your sector either left or went missing." The photographs showed more tracks, but also other things. Trees stripped of bark at heights of 10, 12 feet. Deer carcasses torn apart with a violence that suggested something more than predation. There was rage in those killings. And finally, photographs that several hikers had submitted. Grainy and unclear, but showing something in the tree line. Something tall and broad-shouldered, covered in dark hair. "Bigfoot," I said, and immediately felt foolish. "We don't use that term officially," Anthony said, "but multiple credible witnesses have reported encounters. Park visitors, experienced hunters, other rangers. Whatever it is, it's real, and it's territorial." "There's more," Luca added quietly. He pulled out another set of photos. These are from the eastern edge of your sector. The images showed different tracks. These had claws, long curved claws, and while they were roughly canine in shape, they were far too large. And in several photos, the tracks shifted from 4 legs to 2, as if whatever made them could walk upright. "What the hell is that?" I whispered. "Local Native American tribes call it a few things." Gabriel said, "Dogman is what most people know it as. Some kind of wolf-human hybrid. If the stories are true, there have been sightings in Wisconsin and Michigan for decades. Most people dismiss them as hoaxes or misidentifications, but you don't. A hunter named Thomas Richards went missing 3 years ago in the eastern sector. We found his rifle, his backpack, and one of his boots. We also found claw marks on the trees around his last known location. Claw marks that were 7 feet off the ground." Gabriel's jaw tightened. "We found parts of Thomas 2 weeks later, scattered over a 3-mile radius." The room fell silent. I could hear my own heartbeat. "Why wasn't this reported?" I asked. "Why isn't this public knowledge?" It was reported.
We encourage campers to stay in designated zones, and we hope that whatever these things are, they stay deep in the forest where humans rarely go. "And the Wendigo?" I asked, remembering Gabrielle's earlier warning. "Is that real too?" The 3 men exchanged glances. Luca looked away. "We don't talk about that," Gabrielle said finally. "Just if you ever encounter someone in the woods who seems wrong, moves wrong, sounds wrong, looks starved beyond reason, you get away from them, you don't engage, you don't offer help, you run." I should have left right then. Should have submitted my resignation and driven back to Wyoming, back to Yellowstone, where the only dangers were tourists getting too close to bison. But I didn't. Pride, maybe? Or stupidity? Or some part of me that needed to know the truth? I returned to my cabin as the sun was setting. The forest had taken on that eerie silence again, and I found myself jumping at every small sound. I checked my pistol 3 times before finally holstering it. Gabrielle had given me a shotgun as well, just in case, he'd said, and I loaded it with slugs before propping it next to my bed. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the cabin settling, every gust of wind through the pines had me reaching for the shotgun. Around 2 a.m., I heard something large moving through the clearing outside. Heavy footfalls, rhythmic and purposeful. Then silence. I waited, holding my breath. Minutes passed. Then came a sound that made every hair on my body stand on end. A howl, low and resonant, that seemed to come from something with a chest cavity far larger than any wolf. It rose in pitch, becoming almost human in its vocalization, before cutting off abruptly. The silence that followed was worse than the sound. Morning came, eventually, cold and gray. I found tracks in the dirt outside my cabin. The same massive footprints I'd seen at Crystal Lake, only now they circled my home. Whatever had made them had walked around the cabin at least 3 times, pausing at each window. It had been watching me sleep. I radioed Gabrielle immediately. "I need backup. Something was at my cabin last night." "Are you in immediate danger?" "No, but..." "Document everything. Take photos. I'll send Maverick and Elias out this afternoon to check the perimeter and set up some trail cameras. You'll be fine during daylight." These things, whatever they are, seem to be primarily nocturnal. "Seem to be," I repeated. "Gabrielle, you're telling me to stay here with something that could..." "You're a park ranger," he said, his voice hard. "This is the job. You signed up for wilderness work, and this is as wilderness as it gets. If you can't handle it, I need to know now." I wanted to quit. God, how I wanted to drive away and never look back. But something, pride, stubbornness, maybe just shock, kept me there. Maverick and Elias arrived around 3 p.m. They were both young rangers, early 20s, and they approached the task with the grim efficiency of people who'd done it before. "This is the third cabin we fortified this year," Maverick said, as they installed metal shutters on my windows. "Last guy who lived here, Ezra, he lasted 6 weeks before he cracked. What happened to him? Woke up one morning and found a deer carcass on his doorstep. His head was missing. Whatever left it there had arranged the legs pointing at his front door like a message. A message saying what? That it knew where he lived. They set up 6 trail cameras in a perimeter around the cabin, each one motion activated and equipped with night vision. If anything comes within 50 yards, we'll know about it. Maverick said the cameras upload to a cloud server every hour. After they left, I spent the rest of the daylight checking my supplies, testing my radio, and trying to convince myself that everything would be fine. The forest was just a forest. The creatures were just animals, probably misidentified bears or wolves. There was a rational explanation for everything. But when darkness fell and that unnatural silence descended, all my rational explanations seemed like lies. The first image came through on my laptop at 9:47 p.m. Motion detected on camera 3, northeast position. I pulled up the file. At first, I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. The image was greeny, washed out by the infrared. But there, standing at the edge of the clearing, was something tall, very tall. It stood upright like a man, but it was covered in dark hair, and its proportions were wrong. Arms too long, shoulders too broad, a head that seemed to merge directly into its torso with almost no neck. It was looking directly at the camera. My hands shook as I pulled up the next image.
Anthony said, officially, Thomas was killed by a bear. Because if we told people the truth, that there are creatures in these woods that don't fit any known classification, we'd have either mass panic or we'd have every cryptid hunter and thrill seeker in the country flooding into the park. Either way, more people would die. So we manage it quietly. Gabriel continued. We close certain areas when activity increases.
The creature had moved closer, now only 30 yards from the cabin. In the harsh infrared light, I could see its face. It was almost human, but primitive, with a heavy brow ridge and a flat nose. Its eyes reflected the camera flash, glowing white in the darkness. The third image showed it even closer, 20 yards. It was massive, at least 8 feet tall, I estimated, with arms that hung past its knees. Then the images stopped. I grabbed the shotgun and stood in the center of my cabin, heart hammering, waiting. The silence outside was absolute. No wind, no insects, nothing. Then I heard it. A low rumbling sound that I felt in my chest as much as heard. It was breathing. Something was breathing just outside my door. Each breath so deep and slow it seemed to take forever. The door handle rattled. "Get away!" I shouted, racking around into the shotgun. "I'm armed!" The breathing stopped for 10 seconds. There was nothing. Then came a sound that will haunt me until I die. A voice, deep and resonant, forming words in what might have been some ancient language, or might have been something trying to mimic human speech and failing. The sounds were wrong, the intonation alien, but the intelligence behind them was unmistakable. It was trying to communicate. Then it roared, a sound of such primal rage that it seemed to shake the cabin's walls. I heard heavy footfalls retreating into the forest, branches breaking, and then silence. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the corner with the shotgun across my lap, lights on, radio in hand, waiting for dawn. The trail cameras captured nothing else. Whatever had been there had simply vanished into the darkness. When I finally radioed Gabriel at first light, my voice was raspy. I saw it, the Bigfoot. It was at my cabin. It tried to get in. Did it show aggression? It tried to open my door, Gabriel. But did it try to break in, damage the structure? No, I admitted. It just tried the handle, then it left. Then it was testing you, Gabriel said, trying to understand what you are. These creatures, they're intelligent, more intelligent than we give them credit for. It'll come back, probably tonight. Don't show fear. Don't run. Just hold your ground. And if it breaks in, the pause that followed was too long. Aim for center mass, Gabriel finally said, and pray the slugs are enough. For 3 nights, the creature returned. Each time it came closer, circled the cabin, and left. The trail cameras documented its movements, a massive bipedal ape-like creature that moved through the forest with surprising stealth. Gabriel identified it as likely a male, probably the dominant one in this territory, marking its boundaries. "You're in its home," he explained over the radio. "It's trying to figure out if you're a threat. So far, you haven't attacked it, haven't tried to follow it, haven't shown aggression. That's good. Keep it that way." But on the 4th night, something changed. I was reviewing the trail camera footage when I noticed movement on camera 5, positioned on the eastern edge of the clearing. This wasn't the Bigfoot. This was something else. The creature that appeared in the frame was roughly wolf-like in shape, but it was enormous, easily the size of a large bear, and it was standing on 2 legs. Its hind legs were digitigrade, like a dog's, but powerful enough to support its weight upright. The front limbs hung down like arms, ending in paws that seemed almost hand-like, with elongated digits and prominent claws. But the head was what froze me. It was distinctly canine, a wolf's head, with a long snout and pointed ears, but the eyes faced forward like a primate's, like a human's. And there was intelligence in those eyes, a cruel awareness that was utterly unlike any animal I'd ever seen. The Dog Man. It appeared on 3 more cameras over the next 10 minutes, circling the cabin from a distance, staying in the tree line. Unlike the Bigfoot, which had been curious and almost cautious, this creature moved with predatory intent. It was hunting. I grabbed my radio. "Gabriel, I've got a problem. The Dog Man is here. Stay inside. Keep all lights on.
These things can be deterred by fire. Do you have your flare gun? Yes. Keep it ready. And whatever you do, don't go outside. The Dogman is a predator. Unlike the Sasquatch, which is primarily herbivorous and opportunistic, the Dogman hunts, and it prefers live prey. What does it want? You.
The creature circled my cabin, never quite showing itself, but always present. I could hear it. Claws scraping against wood, heavy breathing, occasional low growls that vibrated through the walls. Once, I heard it on the roof, its weight making the rafters creak. Then, at exactly 11 p.m., it screamed. The sound was impossibly loud, a hybrid of wolf howl and human shriek that seemed to come from something that shouldn't exist. It went on and on, rising and falling, and I realized with horror that there was language in it. Not words exactly, but patterns, communication, and something answered. From the west came another scream, different in pitch but equally unnatural. Then another from the south. Within minutes, the forest around my cabin was alive with those terrible cries, a chorus of monsters calling to each other in the darkness. "Gabriel," I shouted into the radio, "there's more than one. There's a pack. Lock everything. Stay away from windows. I'm sending help." "How long?" 40 minutes. "I don't have 40 minutes." But the radio had gone dead. Nothing but static. The first window shattered at 11:15. A rock, or maybe a piece of wood, came crashing through the metal shutter I thought was secure. I fired the shotgun at the window, not aiming at anything, just trying to make noise to show I was dangerous. The screaming stopped for 30 seconds. There was absolute silence. Then I heard the moving. Multiple heavy bodies circling the cabin, coordinating. They were pack hunting, trying to find a weakness. The back door was the weak point. I knew it even before I heard the first impact, a heavy body slamming against the wood. The door shuddered but held. Another impact. The frame was cracking. I positioned myself in the center of the room, shotgun raised, flare gun in my belt, and waited. The impacts came faster now, more frenzied. On the third blow, I heard wood splintering. On the fifth, I saw claws pierce through the door. Massive black claws that curled and flexed, trying to grip the wood and tear it away. I fired the shotgun at the door. The claws withdrew, and I heard a yelp of pain, almost dog-like, but with a human quality to it that made my skin crawl. Then, the roof started to cave in. Something massive was on top of the cabin, its weight buckling the old roof beams. Dust and debris rained down on me. I looked up and saw the ceiling bulging, heard wood cracking, and knew that in seconds, whatever was up there would come crashing through. I grabbed the flare gun and fired at the ceiling. The flare punched through the roof and exploded above the cabin in a burst of red light. I heard a roar of pain or surprise, then heavy footfalls as something scrambled off the roof and fled. The red light of the flare illuminated the clearing, and for just a moment, I saw them. 3 dogmen, each one at least 7 feet tall, standing upright at the edge of the forest. Their eyes reflected the light, glowing like 6 red coals in the darkness. They stared at me through the broken window, and I stared back, shotgun raised. Then headlights cut through the trees. A truck was coming up the road fast, horn blaring. The dogmen melted into the forest like shadows, and by the time the truck skidded to a stop in my clearing, they were gone. Gabriel emerged from the truck, along with Josiah and Charles, 2 rangers I'd never met. All 3 were heavily armed. "You all right?" Gabriel asked, his face grim. "The dogmen," I gasped. "There were 3 of them. They were trying to get in." "Pack behavior,"
Josiah said, scanning the tree line with a flashlight. "We've seen it before. They test defenses, coordinate attacks. You're lucky you had the flares." Charles was examining the claw marks on my door. "Jesus, these are deep. Another few minutes and they'd have been inside." "You can't stay here," Gabriel said. "Not tonight. We'll take you back to the station. In the morning we'll decide what to do." As we drove away from my cabin, I looked back and saw eyes in the darkness. Dozens of eyes, all watching from the tree line. The forest wasn't empty. It was full of things that had learned to hide from us. Things that had been here long before we built our cabins and our trails. And now, they wanted their territory back. The ranger station became my home for the next few days. Gabriel pulled me off patrol duties while they assessed the situation, which I understood to mean they were trying to figure out how to keep me alive while still maintaining the park's operations. During this time, I learned more about the others, the rangers who'd encountered these creatures and lived to tell about it. Caleb had been stalked by a dogman for 3 nights before it finally moved on. Christopher had found a Bigfoot den near the western boundary, complete with beds made from leaves and branches. Ezekiel had photographed strange stick structures deep in the forest, geometric arrangements of branches that couldn't be natural, but served no purpose anyone could understand. But it was Miles, a grizzled ranger with 30 years of experience, who told me about the worst thing in the forest. "The Wendigo," he said quietly one night, after everyone else had gone to sleep. "That's what you really need to worry about. The Bigfoot, they'll leave you alone if you leave them alone. The Dogman, they'll hunt you, but they're still animals. They can be scared off, deterred. But the Wendigo," he shook his head, "that's something else entirely." Gabriel said not to talk about it. Gabriel is scared of it. We all are. Miles leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. 3 winters ago, we had a hiker go missing. Fellow named Jackson Tyler. Experienced outdoorsman. Knew these woods better than most rangers. He went out for a solo camping trip in January. Didn't come back. We searched for 2 weeks, found nothing. What happened to him? He came back on his own. 6 weeks later, he walked out of the forest and straight into the town of Tomahawk, 20 miles south of here. He was emaciated, frostbitten, barely alive. But here's the thing. We found evidence that he'd been eating. His campsite, when we finally found it, had bones scattered around it. Deer bones, rabbit bones, and what do you mean others? Miles met my eyes. Human bones, old ones, but human. And Jackson, when they got him to the hospital, he kept saying the same thing over and over. "I was so hungry. I've never been so hungry. I'm still hungry." "What are you saying?" He became a cannibal. I'm saying the Wendigo isn't just a creature. It's a curse, a spiritual possession. According to the Ojibwe and Cree tribes, when someone resorts to cannibalism, especially in winter, the Wendigo spirit enters them. They become something else, something that's always starving, always hunting, never satisfied. And once you see someone who's been taken by it,
Miles stood up, suddenly agitated. "You'll know. You'll see it in their eyes. This terrible hunger that can never be filled." "What happened to Jackson?" "He disappeared from the hospital 3 days later, tore out his IV, broke a window, and fled into the night. He's still out there somewhere. We get reports sometimes from hikers who've encountered him. They say he doesn't look human anymore. Too thin, like he's being eaten from the inside, but still alive, still hunting. I didn't sleep well that night. The next morning, Gabriel called me into his office. "We're sending you back out," he said, "but not alone. You'll be partnered with Isaiah and Andrew. They're experienced with unusual situations. You'll be conducting a survey of the northern sector, documenting any signs of cryptid activity. Consider it research." "Research for what?" "For understanding what we're dealing with. These creatures, they've been living in these forests for hundreds, maybe thousands of years. We need to know their patterns, their territories, their behaviors, so we can keep people safe." Isaiah and Andrew turned out to be ex-military, both with backgrounds in special operations. They approached the assignment with tactical precision, checking their weapons with practiced efficiency. "Ever fired at something that wasn't human?" Isaiah asked me as we loaded into the truck. "No. Might have to," Andrew said. "These things, they're not like animals you're used to. They don't scare easy, and they're smart. Sasquatch can set traps, simple ones but effective. They'll drop logs from trees, create rock slides. The dogmen work in packs, coordinate ambushes. You need to think like you're in combat, not on a nature hike."
The roads ended after 10 miles, and we continued on foot, carrying packs laden with cameras, recording equipment, and ammunition. It was Connor, another ranger, who joined us halfway through, who found the first sign. "Look at this," he called out, pointing to a tree. The bark had been stripped away in long, vertical gouges, revealing the pale wood beneath. But these weren't bare marks. They were too high, too deliberate. And at the top of the highest mark, easily 12 feet off the ground, something had carved symbols into the wood. Not letters, but geometric shapes that seemed almost purposeful. "Territorial marking," Isaiah said. "Sasquatch, we're in its home range." We documented everything, taking photographs and measurements. As we worked, I became aware of a feeling, the sensation of being watched. Several times I caught movement in my peripheral vision, but when I turned, there was nothing there. "They're following us," Andrew whispered. "Multiple contacts, staying in cover. Don't look directly at them. Don't show fear." We continued deeper into the forest. The trees here were ancient, their trunks thick enough that 3 men couldn't circle them with their arms. The canopy overhead was so dense that even at midday we needed flashlights to see. And everywhere was that unnatural silence, as if every bird and insect had fled this place. We found the first body at 300 p.m. It was a deer, or what was left of one. The carcass had been torn apart with shocking violence, pieces scattered across a 30-foot radius. But what stopped us cold was how it had been arranged.
The spine and rib cage lay in the center, placed deliberately. The legs pointed north, south, east, and west like compass points, and the head had been placed on top of a boulder, facing us as if watching. "This is a warning," Connor said quietly. "Something is telling us to turn back." But we didn't. We should have, but we didn't. We found the cave at 400 p.m., just as the forest was beginning to take on that twilight quality. It was hidden behind a waterfall, accessible only by climbing over slick rocks and squeezing through a narrow opening. Inside, the cave opened into a larger chamber, and our flashlights revealed something that made us all stop. Bones. Hundreds of bones stacked against the walls in neat piles. Deer, elk, bear. We could identify most of them, but mixed in among the animal bones were others. Human skulls, still bearing teeth. Femurs and ribs and vertebrae all picked clean and sorted by type. "Back away slowly," Isaiah whispered. "This is a nest. Something lives here." We retreated from the cave, but we'd been inside too long. The sun was setting and darkness was coming fast. As we hurried back toward our truck, the howling began. It started with one voice, deep and resonant, echoing through the trees. Then another joined in, and another, until the forest rang with the sound. Not wolf howls, something else, something trying to sound like wolves but failing in uncanny ways. "Run," Andrew said. "Now!" We ran. The howling followed us, growing closer. I could hear them crashing through the undergrowth behind us, multiple heavy bodies moving fast. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but terror kept me moving. Isaiah fired his rifle behind us, 3 quick shots that echoed through the trees. "Contact! 200 yards!" I risked a glance back and wished I hadn't. Dark shapes were flowing through the forest, moving with inhuman speed. Dogmen, at least 5 of them running on all fours, but occasionally rising up on their hind legs to leap over obstacles. We burst out of the tree line just as full darkness fell. The truck was 50 yards away. We sprinted for it, hearing the dogmen right behind us now. So close I could hear their breathing, harsh, panting breaths that were almost like laughter. Connor made it to the truck first, threw open the door. Isaiah and Andrew laid down covering fire as I ran, the sound of gunshots impossibly loud in the confined space. I reached the truck, dove inside, and Connor gunned the engine. Something hit the back of the truck with the sound like a car crash. The vehicle lurched forward, tires spinning in the dirt. Through the rear window, I saw one of the dogmen clinging to the tailgate, its yellowed eyes meeting mine, its jaws opening to reveal rows of yellowed teeth. Andrew shot it. The creature fell away, and we were free, racing down the forest road with our headlights cutting through the darkness. We didn't stop until we reached the ranger station. Only then did we see the damage. The entire back of the truck was crushed.
The metal warped by the impact of something impossibly strong. Claw marks scored the paint, deep gouges that had cut through steel. "Tomorrow," Gabrielle said, looking at the damage, "we're calling in Nathan, Nolan, and Adrian from the regional office. This has gone beyond what we can handle alone. But tomorrow would bring something worse, something none of us were prepared for. Because that night, the Wendigo." The attack on the ranger station came at 2 a.m. I was awake, too wired to sleep, reviewing the photographs we'd taken in the cave. The station was quiet. Most rangers were asleep in the barracks, with only Cameron and Santiago on watch duty, monitoring the perimeter cameras. The first sign something was wrong was Cameron's voice over the intercom, tight with fear. Movement on all cameras, multiple contacts, there surrounding us. I ran to the security room and looked at the monitors. Every screen showed the same thing. Figures emerging from the tree line. Dozens of them, Bigfoot creatures moving with purpose toward the station. And among them, visible on the infrared cameras, were the Dogmen. Their bodies glowing hotter, more active than the Sasquatch. "Wake everyone," Gabrielle ordered. "Arm up. This is not a drill." Within minutes, the station was a flurry of activity. Rangers grabbed weapons, checked ammunition, took positions at windows. Eli and Aaron reinforced the doors with furniture. Ryan and Angel began destroying hard drives, protecting data in case we were overrun. "Why now?" I asked Gabrielle. "Why are they doing this?" "The cave," he said grimly. "We violated their sacred space. Whatever was in there, it was important to them. And now they want revenge." The Bigfoot creatures stopped at the edge of the clearing, forming a loose perimeter around the station. In the harsh floodlights, I could see them clearly for the first time. 8 feet tall, covered in reddish-brown fur, with intelligent eyes that watched us with almost human awareness. There were at least 20 of them, maybe more. The Dogmen circled closer, moving on all fours, their wolf-like forms darting from shadow to shadow. Their eyes reflected the light. Dozens of yellow pinpoints in the darkness. "Hold fire unless they attack," Gabrielle commanded. "We don't know what they want." Then from the forest came a sound I'd never heard before. A voice, deep, rumbling, speaking in what might have been words. The Bigfoot creatures turned their heads to listen, and even the Dogmen stopped their circling. Something was coming. It emerged from the tree line slowly, and at first I thought it was another Bigfoot. But as it moved into the light, I realized my mistake. This creature was different. Taller, at least 9 feet, maybe 10, and far more massive. Its fur was silver gray, almost white in places, and its face bore scars from countless battles. But what struck me most were its eyes. They were warm brown, almost kind, and they held intelligence that was undeniable. This wasn't an animal. This was a person. A different kind of person, but a person nonetheless. The creature, the elder, I realized, the leader, stopped at the edge of the clearing and made a series of gestures with his massive hands, pointing at the station, pointing at the forest, making a pushing motion that needed no translation. "Leave. They want us out of their territory," I whispered. "They're giving us a warning." "This is federal land," Gabrielle said, but his voice lacked conviction. The elder Sasquatch made the gesture again, more emphatically. Then it turned and pointed into the forest, to the north. And from that direction came a sound that made every hair on my body stand on end. Screaming. Human screaming, high and terrified, growing closer. A figure burst from the tree line, running with desperate flailing movements.
In the floodlights, I could see it was a man, emaciated, filthy, wearing rags that might have once been clothing. He ran toward the station, still screaming, his voice raw with terror. "Let him in," I shouted. "Open the door." "No," Gabrielle grabbed my arm. "Look at him. Really, look." I did, and I saw what Gabrielle had seen. The man was impossibly thin, bones visible through skin that was gray and desiccated. His eyes were too large, bulging from their sockets, and they reflected the light like animals. And his teeth. When he opened his mouth to scream, I saw teeth that had been filed to points. Wendigo.
Miles breathed beside me. That's Jackson. That's what's left of him. The thing that had been Jackson reached the clearing and stopped suddenly, uncertain. It swayed on stick-thin legs, its head swiveling to look at the Sasquatch, the Dogman, the station, and then it saw us through the windows. The hunger in its eyes was absolute. It lunged forward, moving with shocking speed despite its wasted frame. The Sasquatch elder moved to intercept, stepping into its path. Jackson Thing shrieked in rage and launched itself at the massive creature. What followed was a brief, brutal fight. The Wendigo was fast, but the Sasquatch was strong. With one massive arm, the elder creature grabbed the Wendigo around its skeletal torso and lifted it off the ground. Jackson Thing thrashed and bit, its filed teeth tearing chunks from the Sasquatch's arm, but the elder didn't release its grip. The other Bigfoot creatures moved in, forming a circle. The Dogmen, I noticed, had retreated to the tree line, unwilling to get close to the Wendigo. Whatever it was, even they feared it. The Sasquatch elder looked at us one last time, made that pushing gesture again, and then it and its companions carried the struggling Wendigo back into the forest. Within seconds they had vanished, leaving only silence and the sound of my own ragged breathing. "Pack up," Gabriel said quietly. "We're closing this station." "What?" "You heard me. This sector is being shut down permanently. We'll say it's for environmental reasons, endangered species protection, but the real reason..." He looked at the forest, at the darkness beyond our lights. "The real reason is that we lost. This is their territory. It always was. We were just too arrogant to realize it." Over the next few days, we evacuated the northern sector of Nikolai National Forest. Warning signs went up on all the trails. Area closed. Cooper and Juan removed our trail cameras. Easton and Kai dismantled the ranger stations. My cabin was the last to be cleared out. And as I packed my few belongings, I found something that hadn't been there before. On my front porch, arranged in a neat line, were 3 objects: a deer antler, a black stone, and a bundle of sage tied with grass. Offerings, I realized. Gifts. A sign of respect from creatures that had decided I wasn't their enemy. I took the gifts with me when I left. That was 5 years ago. The northern sector of Nikolai National Forest remains closed to the public. Officially, it's due to wolf population recovery efforts. Unofficially, rangers like Christian, Landon, and Colton patrolled the perimeter, making sure no hikers wander into forbidden territory. I transferred to a desk job, coordinating park operations from an office in Madison. I don't go into the deep forest anymore. I've seen enough. But sometimes late at night, I think about what we found in those woods. About creatures that have lived alongside humanity for thousands of years, hiding in the spaces we don't look, surviving in the wild places we haven't yet destroyed. About the Sasquatch elder that could have killed us, but chose mercy instead. About the dogman that hunted with intelligence and coordination that rivaled any human pack. About the Wendigo, the warning of what hunger and desperation can transform us into. The forest isn't empty. It never was. There are things living there that predate our civilization, that have their own societies, their own rules, their own ways of surviving. We call them cryptids, legends, folklore, but they're real as you and me. And they're still out there in the dark places between the trees, watching our cities grow closer to their territory every year, waiting to see what we'll do next. Some nights I pull out those gifts, the antler, the stone, the sage, and I remember. I remember that we're not alone on this planet, that there are older things than us, stranger things, and perhaps wiser things living in the shadows. And I remember the look in that Sasquatch elder's eyes, the intelligence and patience I saw there. It was giving us a chance, a warning. Respect our space, it was saying, and we'll respect yours. I just hope humanity is smart enough to listen. Because the day we're not, the day we push too far into their territory, destroy too much of their habitat, they'll push back. And I've seen what they're capable of. I've seen their strength, their cunning, their ability to coordinate and strike with terrifying efficiency.
The Rangers who know the truth, Gabriel, Isaiah, Andrew, Miles, and dozens of others whose names I've mentioned. We keep quiet. We do our jobs. We protect the parks and the people in them. And we maintain the boundaries, the invisible lines that keep both species safe. But every year the lines get thinner. Every year more hikers go missing in the deep woods. Every year we get more reports, sightings, footprints, strange sounds in the night. The creatures are still there. They're watching. They're waiting. And someday, maybe soon, the peace will break. I've seen the future in my dreams. I've seen cities burning, forests full of running people, creatures emerging from the wild in numbers we never imagined. I've seen the Wendigo spreading like a plague, infecting the desperate and the starving until they become an army of the forever hungry. But I've also seen another future, one where we learn to coexist, where we respect the boundaries, where we acknowledge that we share this earth with others who were here long before us and will be here long after we're gone. Which future we get depends on choices we make now, on whether we have the wisdom to step back, to preserve the wild places, to accept that some mystery should remain unsolved. I think about Roman Hunter and Jonathan, the newest rangers working the perimeter of the closed sector. They're young, idealistic, ready to protect the wilderness. I've briefed them on what to do if someone tries to enter the forbidden zone. I've told them about the signs to watch for, the sounds to listen for. But I haven't told them everything. Some things you have to experience yourself to believe.
Some things can't be explained, only endured. Connor, Micah, and Jeremiah are the old guard now, the ones who remember when the northern sector was still open. They tell stories in hushed voices to the younger rangers, tales of massive footprints and howls in the night, of encounters in the deep woods that changed them forever. And sometimes, on quiet evenings when the wind is right, you can hear things from the closed sector, howls that aren't quite wolves, calls that sound almost like speech, reminders that the forest isn't empty. It never was. The classified briefing room at Fort Carson smelled like stale coffee and fear. I'd been in the Army for 8 years, seen 2 deployments overseas, but nothing prepared me for what Colonel Hayes was about to tell us. "Gentlemen," Hayes began, his weathered face illuminated by the projector's pale glow, "what I'm about to share with you is classified at the highest level. You've all signed the non-disclosure agreements. Breaking them means life in Leavenworth, if you're lucky." I glanced at Silas Morrison, my team leader, sitting to my right. His jaw was clenched, eyes fixed forward. Silas was the kind of soldier you wanted in a firefight. Calm, methodical, deadly when necessary. We'd served together in Afghanistan, survived an ambush that killed 3 of our squad. If he was nervous, he didn't show it. The projector clicked, revealing an aerial photograph of barren New Mexico desert. This is Dulce, New Mexico. Population approximately 2,600. Most of them Jicarilla, Apache. Peaceful town, quiet. Another click. The image changed to what looked like a mesa with a small building complex. This is Archuleta Mesa, just outside Dulce. And beneath it, the next slide showed a schematic, level after level, descending into the earth. 7 floors, maybe more, is a facility that officially doesn't exist. My stomach tightened. I'd heard rumors, of course. Every soldier had whispers about underground bases, secret experiments, things the government kept hidden. I'd always dismissed them as bullshit, the kind of stories bored privates told to pass the time. "For the past 3 weeks," Hayes said, his voice dropping lower, "we've lost contact with the research team stationed at Delta Base. 47 personnel, gone silent. The last transmission we received was disturbing." He nodded to the technician who pressed play on an audio file. Static filled the room. Then a voice, panicked, breathless. "Can't hold them back much longer. They've breached level 4. Oh God, they're in the..." The voice dissolved into screaming. Inhuman screaming. Then silence.
The room stayed quiet for a long moment. "Your mission," Hayes said, his eyes scanning each of us in turn, "is to enter the facility, determine what happened to our people, and extract any survivors. You'll be led by Captain Morrison." Silas finally spoke, his voice steady. "Sir, what exactly are we dealing with?" Hayes's expression darkened. "We don't know. But whatever it is, it's dangerous enough that we're sending you in with experimental weapons and a protocol we're calling Scorched Earth. If you can't contain it," he paused, "you burn it all down." We flew out that night on an unmarked C-130, touching down at a small airstrip 20 miles from Dulce. Our team was small, just 6 of us. Besides Silas and me, there was Rodriguez, our medic, Jackson, demolitions, Chen, tech specialist, and Watts, our heavy weapons guy. All special forces, all expendable.
though nobody said it out loud. The drive to Archuleta Mesa was silent. The desert stretched endlessly in every direction, illuminated only by a sliver of moon. No streetlights, no signs of civilization, just darkness and the sound of our Humvee's engine. Silas sat up front, studying the facility schematics on a tablet. I watched his face in the green glow, looking for any sign of doubt. Found none. "Listen up," he said without looking back. "The facility has 7 confirmed levels. Power's been out for 2 weeks, so we'll be running on night vision and flashlights. The last known position of survivors was level 5, the biological research section." "Biological research?" Rodriguez asked. "What kind?" Silas hesitated. The briefing wasn't specific, but the facility's been operational since Whatever they've been working on, they've had over 40 years to develop it. Jackson whistled low. "And now it's loose." "We don't know that," Silas said, but his tone lacked conviction. The mesa loomed ahead, a dark mass against the star-filled sky. The entrance looked innocuous, just a reinforced door built into the rock face, the kind you'd find at any government installation. But I felt something wrong about the place. The air seemed heavier here, pressing down on my chest. Chen got the door open with a security override code from Hayes. It swung inward with a groan, revealing a concrete corridor that descended into absolute darkness. The emergency lights were dead, the backup generators dead, everything dead. "Night vision on," Silas ordered. The world turned green. We moved in formation, Silas and Watts on point, me and Jackson covering the rear. Our footsteps echoed in the silence, each sound amplified by the enclosed space. The corridor led to an elevator shaft. The car was gone, probably sitting at the bottom level. Chen rigged a rappelling line, and one by one we descended. 700 feet down, 700 feet away from sunlight, fresh air, and any hope of a quick escape. Level 1 was administrative. Empty offices, abandoned computers, papers scattered across desks as if people had left in a hurry. But no blood, no bodies, no signs of violence. "Too clean," Rodriguez muttered. "Where is everyone?" We found the first body on level 2. He was pinned to the wall, literally pinned, with what looked like rebar driven through his shoulders and thighs. His face was frozen in a scream, eyes wide, mouth open. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that he looked hollow, desiccated, like something had sucked every ounce of moisture and fat from his body, leaving nothing but skin stretched tight over bones. "Jesus Christ!" Jackson whispered. Silas examined the body without touching it. "Core temperature is still slightly elevated. This happened recently, maybe hours ago." "Hours," I said. "But the last transmission was 3 weeks ago." "Exactly." Silas stood scanning the corridor ahead, which means whatever did this has been active the entire time, and it's still here. Chen's motion tracker beeped, once, twice, then a steady pulse. "Movement," she said. 30 meters ahead. Multiple contacts. Silas raised his rifle. "Survivors." The motion tracker beeped faster. "Negative. They're moving wrong. Too fast. Too erratic." "Formation," Silas ordered. "Weapons hot." We moved forward, our rifles trained on the darkness ahead. The corridor opened into a larger chamber, some kind of laboratory. Exam tables, surgical equipment, glass tanks filled with murky liquid. And in the tanks, I'd seen a lot of horror in my time, seen men blown apart by IEDs, but the things in those tanks were worse.
Seen villages destroyed by chemical weapons, but what floated in those tanks made my blood run cold. They looked almost human. Almost. But the proportions were wrong. Limbs too long, joints bending in impossible directions. Their skin was pale, almost translucent, and their eyes were too large, completely black, without pupils or whites. "What the hell are those?" Watts breathed. "Failed experiments," Chen said, reading a nearby computer terminal that still had residual power. "Genetic modification, cross-species hybridization. They were trying to create something." "Jesus! They were trying to create super soldiers!" "And they succeeded," Silas said quietly. "That's when we heard it. A sound like nothing I'd ever heard before. Part scream, part howl, part something else entirely. It came from deeper in the facility, echoing through the corridors. Hungry, hunting." Chen's motion tracker went crazy. Multiple contacts, closing fast. "Fall back!" Silas shouted. "Fall back to the elevator shaft!" We ran. Behind us, I heard the sound of breaking glass, of heavy footsteps, of that terrible screaming getting closer. Rodriguez stumbled, and I grabbed his arm, hauling him forward. The corridor stretched endlessly ahead, and I knew we wouldn't make it. Silas threw a flare behind us. The phosphorus light illuminated the corridor, and I made the mistake of looking back. They were coming. Not human, not animal, something in between, something that should never have existed. And we ran. We ran through the desert, our lungs burning, our legs screaming. Behind us, the creatures gave chase, their howls filling the night. I didn't look back, couldn't look back. The Humvee was ahead, 200 meters, 150. Jackson didn't make it. I heard him scream, heard the wet sound of tearing flesh, but I didn't stop, couldn't stop. Silas reached the vehicle first, fumbling with the keys. Chen was next, then Rodriguez, then me. Watts was gone. Jackson was gone. The engine roared to life. "Drive!" I screamed. Silas punched the accelerator, and we rocketed forward. In the rear-view mirror, I saw them, a mass of writhing bodies illuminated by our taillights, still chasing, always chasing. "They're not stopping," Rodriguez said, his voice shaking. "Why aren't they stopping?" Silas didn't answer. His hands gripped the wheel, knuckles white, eyes fixed on the road ahead. We drove for 30 minutes before he finally spoke. "Hayes needs to know," he said. "This isn't over, not even close." I looked back one more time. The darkness behind us was complete, but I swear I could still see them, those black eyes watching, waiting, hungry. The safe house was a decrepit motel 20 miles south of Dooley, the kind of place that rented rooms by the hour and didn't ask questions. Hayes had arranged it as our fallback position, though I doubted he'd expected we'd actually need it, especially not like this. Silas paced the small room, his encrypted satellite phone pressed to his ear. He'd been trying to reach Hayes for the past hour. No answer, just static and disconnected tones. "Communications being jammed," Chen said from her position at the window, monitoring her tablet. "Electromagnetic interference is off the charts. It's localized to about a 50-mile radius around Dulce." Localized? Rodriguez was cleaning his rifle for the third time, his hands shaking slightly. "That's not possible. That would require technology we don't have," Chen finished. "Or technology we're not supposed to have." She looked at Silas. Whatever was being developed at that facility, it's more than just biological weapons. I sat on the edge of the bed, my mind replaying the last few hours, the creatures, the chase, Jackson's screams. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those black, soulless pits staring back at me. "We need to move," Silas said, finally lowering the phone. "If Hayes can't extract us, we're on our own." "Move where?" Rodriguez asked. "Those things are hunting us," Silas finished. "I know, but staying here makes us sitting ducks. We need to get outside the interference radius, make contact with command." And a scream cut through the night. We all froze. It had come from outside, somewhere close. The scream came again. Human this time. Definitely human. A woman's voice. Silas grabbed his rifle and moved to the door. I followed along with Rodriguez and Chen. The motel parking lot was illuminated by a single flickering street light, casting dancing shadows across cracked pavement. A woman stumbled into the light. She was maybe 30, wearing torn business clothes, her face streaked with blood and dirt. When she saw us, relief flooded her features. "Help me," she gasped. "Please, they're coming! They're right behind me!" Silas raised his rifle, scanning the darkness beyond the light. "How many?" "I don't know. 3, maybe 4. She stumbled towards us. "I was at the facility. I'm Dr. Sarah Reeves, Level 5 research team. I've been hiding for days, but they found me. They'd always find movement in the shadows." Inside, Silas shoved the woman toward the motel room. Now we fell back as 3 creatures emerged from the darkness. In the fluorescent light, they looked even more horrific than they had in the facility. Skin stretched too tight over elongated bones, limbs that bent at wrong angles, those terrible black eyes reflecting no light. Rodriguez opened fire. The bullets hit center mass, and one of the creatures staggered, but it didn't fall. Didn't even seem to feel pain. It just kept coming, its too wide mouth opening to release that bone-chilling howl. "They don't die!" Rodriguez shouted. "Why don't they die?" "Headshot!" Silas barked, his own rifle cracking 3 times in rapid succession. The lead creature's skull exploded, and it finally dropped. Destroy the brain. We poured fire into the remaining creatures, backing toward the motel room. Chen threw a flashbang, and in the moment of confusion, we slipped inside and barricaded the door. The creatures hit the door like a battering ram. The wood cracked, splinters flew. Rodriguez and I braced against it, but I could feel them on the other side, pushing, clawing, that awful screaming filling my ears. "The window!" Silas shouted. Chen was already moving, smashing the glass with her rifle butt. We scrambled through as the door finally gave way. I caught a glimpse of one of the creatures. Its face was changing, shifting, the features becoming more defined, more human. We ran for the Humvee. Dr. Reeves was sobbing, barely able to keep up. Rodriguez grabbed her arm and hauled her forward. Behind us, the creatures poured out of the motel room, their movements becoming more coordinated, more purposeful. Silas got the engine started as the rest of us piled in. Bullets shattered the rear window as Rodriguez fired blindly behind us. The creatures were fast, impossibly fast, but the Humvee was faster. For now. "Where are we going?" I asked, as Silas pushed the vehicle to its limits on the dark highway. "North," he said, "away from the facility. We need distance." Dr. Reeves was curled in the back seat, rocking back and forth. "It won't matter," she whispered. "Distance doesn't matter. They can track us. They always know where we are." "What the hell were you people doing down there?" Silas demanded, his eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. Reeves laughed, a broken, hollow sound. "Trying to win. That's what we were told, creating the perfect soldier. Fast, strong, nearly indestructible. We used samples from something they found in the Arctic. Something old, something frozen for thousands of years." "Samples from what?" Chen asked. We called it Patient Zero, Reeves said. The locals had a different name. They called it a Wendigo. The word hung in the air like a curse. I'd heard the stories, of course. Native American legends about cannibal spirits, about people who consumed human flesh and became something else, something monstrous. But those were just stories, myths. It was real, Reeves continued, her voice distant, preserved in permafrost for millennia. Still alive somehow. We extracted its DNA, tried to weaponize it. The brass wanted soldiers who didn't need food, who could survive in any environment, who felt no fear. She laughed again. We succeeded. God help us, we succeeded. The genetic modifications, Chen said, you combined human DNA with something that should never have been disturbed, Reeves finished. The first test subjects showed incredible promise, enhanced strength, healing factor, sensory acuity, but then she trailed off, staring at her hands. Then what? Silas pressed. They got hungry. Silence filled the vehicle. It starts slowly, Reeves explained. Enhanced metabolism requires more energy. The subjects began eating more, much more. We increased their rations, but it was never enough. Never. And then one of them attacked a lab technician, killed him, ate him. My stomach churned. We tried to contain them, Reeves continued, isolated them on level 7, but the hunger spread. It's infectious, you see. All it takes is a bite, a scratch, any exchange of fluids. The Wendigo pathogen, that's what we called it. It rewrites your DNA within hours, makes you one of them. Jesus, Rodriguez breathed. How many subjects were there? 73, Reeves said. 73 that we created, but after the outbreak started, after they began converting the staff, she looked up, her eyes hollow. Maybe 200 now, maybe more. Silas's jaw clenched. And you people thought this was a good idea? We thought we could control it, Reeves snapped. We thought... She stopped abruptly, her eyes going wide. Stop the car. What? Stop the car right now. Silas hit the brakes and we skidded to a halt on the empty highway. Reeves was staring at her arm, where she'd been scratched during the escape. The wound was minor, just a thin line of broken skin. But it was changing. The flesh around the scratch was turning dark, spreading like an infection. Black veins were visible beneath her skin, branching out from the wound. Oh God, no, not me! Please, not me! Silas had his sidearm out in an instant. How long? Hours, Reeves said, tears streaming down her face. Maybe less. The wound is fresh. The pathogen works faster with fresh wounds. She looked at each of us in turn. You can't let me turn. You can't. Promise me. There has to be a cure, Rodriguez said desperately. Some kind of treatment. There isn't, Reeves shouted. We tried everything. Once you're infected, there's no stopping it. You become one of them. You want to become one of them? The hunger. She choked on a sob. The hunger is all that matters. Please kill me now while I'm still me. Silas's hand was steady as he raised the pistol. I'm sorry. Wait, Chen interjected. We need information. How do we stop them? There has to be a way to kill them to end this. Reeves was panting now, her skin turning pale. Fire. They burn. And the brain. You have to destroy the brain completely. But there's a nest. Level 7. The original Patient Zero is still there. Still alive. It controls the others somehow. Kill it and maybe you can stop the spread. Level 7, Silas repeated. We have to go back. You have to go back, Reeves confirmed.
Her voice was changing, becoming deeper, rougher. You have to destroy it all. Every sample, every subject, every piece of research. If this gets out, if it reaches a populated area... She didn't finish the sentence. Didn't need to.
The black veins were spreading faster now, creeping up her neck, across her face. Her eyes were starting to change, the whites darkening. "Do it now," she gasped. "Please, I can feel it. The hunger, I can feel." Silas pulled the trigger. The gunshot echoed across the empty desert. Dr. Reeves slumped in her seat, finally at peace. We sat in silence for a long moment. "We're going back," Silas finally said. It wasn't a question. "That's suicide," Rodriguez argued. "There are hundreds of those things down there now. We barely made it out the first time. And if we don't stop it at the source, how long before they reach a town?" Silas countered. "How long before this spreads beyond containment? Dulce is just 20 meters away. Denver is 3 hours. We have to end this now." I knew he was right. Hated it, but knew it. "We'll need a plan," Chen said. "Better weapons, and a way to ensure none of us gets infected. We seal ourselves in hazmat suits," Silas said. "No exposed skin. We get in, plan charges on level 7, destroy patient 0 and all the research, and get out. Simple." "Nothing about this is simple," I muttered. But I checked my rifle anyway, reloaded, prepared, because Silas was right. This ended at Dulce, one way or another. We drove back through the darkness. 4 soldiers against an army of monsters. The facility loomed ahead. That same door we'd fled through hours before, now standing open like a mouth waiting to swallow us whole. "Hazmat suits on," Silas ordered. "Full seal. We go in clean, we come out clean." The suits were bulky, limiting our mobility, but they were necessary. One scratch, one bite, that's all it would take. We descended once more into hell. The bodies had multiplied. The corridors of level 1 were littered with them. Security guards, scientists, civilians who must have wandered into the wrong place at the wrong time. All drained, all hollow, all bearing that same expression of absolute terror. "They're feeding," Chen observed quietly, "building their numbers." We moved deeper. Level 2. Level 3. The sounds grew louder as we descended. Scratching, howling, the sound of things moving in the walls. They knew we were here. They were waiting. Level 4 was a slaughterhouse. Blood covered every surface, the walls literally dripping with it. And the creatures, they were everywhere. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds. Their bodies piled in heaps like some macabre nest. But they weren't attacking. They were sleeping. "What the hell?" Rodriguez whispered. "They're nocturnal hunters," Chen said, checking her tablet. "Conserving energy during the day." "It's night," I pointed out. "Not down here," Silas said. "No windows, no natural light. Their circadian rhythms must have adjusted to the facility's artificial lighting schedule." We moved carefully through the nest, stepping over bodies, trying not to wake them. One stirred as we passed, its black eyes opening. It looked directly at me and smiled. Then it closed its eyes and went back to sleep. They're playing with us, I realized. They know we're here. They're letting us pass. "Why?" Rodriguez asked. Silas pointed ahead. "Because they want us to reach level 7. The elevator shaft to the deepest level was unguarded. We descended in silence, the temperature dropping with each meter.
By the time we reached level 7, our breath was fogging inside our helmets. Despite the suit's climate control, the bottom level was different from the others. No laboratories, no offices, just a single long corridor leading to a massive reinforced door. The kind of door you'd use to contain something nuclear or worse. "That's it," Silas said. "Patient Zero is beyond that door." Chen worked on the lock while the rest of us stood guard. The corridor behind us remained empty, but I could hear them up above, in the walls, everywhere, waiting. The door opened with a hiss of escaping air. The room beyond was enormous, carved directly out of the rock beneath the mesa. And in the center, suspended in a massive containment cylinder, was Patient Zero. It looked almost human, almost 8 feet tall, skeletal thin with elongated limbs and fingers that ended in black claws.
Its skin was gray, covered in ritual scars and symbols, and its face gaunt, hollow-cheeked with sunken eyes that burned with an ancient malevolent intelligence. Those eyes opened as we entered, and I heard its voice in my mind. "You came." "It's telepathic," Chen gasped, clutching her head. "I have waited so long, so very long, frozen, trapped, starving." The voice was like ice scraping across my brain. "But you freed me. You tried to harness my power. Foolish children." "Set the charges," Silas ordered, his voice tight. "We're ending this." Rodriguez and I moved to place the explosives around the containment cylinder, while Chen worked on a computer terminal. Downloading or deleting, I couldn't tell which files related to the project. "You cannot kill me," Patient Zero said. "I am hunger itself. I am winter. I am the darkness that waits in every man's heart. I am eternal." "You're nothing but a science experiment gone wrong," Silas growled, pointing his rifle at the creature. "And we're shutting you down." The creature laughed, and the sound echoed not just in the chamber, but inside my skull. "My children are everywhere now, in your government, in your cities. The infection spreads. Soon all will hunger as I hunger. All will serve." "The charges are set," Rodriguez confirmed. 5-minute timer. "Downloads complete," Chin added. "We have everything." "Then we're leaving," Silas said. "Start the countdown." Rodriguez activated the timer. 5 minutes, 300 seconds between us and destruction. We ran for the door. Behind us, Patient Zero's voice followed, amused. "Run, little soldiers. Run and tell them what you've seen. Tell them the hunger is coming. Tell them winter never ends." We raced up through the levels, and this time the creatures were awake. They poured out of the walls, the floors, the ceiling. We fired as we ran, conserving ammunition, going for headshot. Bodies fell, but more took their place. Level 5, Level 4, the timer in my head counting down. 3 minutes. 2. Rodriguez went down as a creature tackled him from behind. His screams echoed in my helmet as they tore into his suit, into his flesh.
Keep moving, Silas shouted. Level 3, Level 2, 1 minute. We reached the surface with 30 seconds to spare, burst out into the dawn light just as the facility erupted behind us. The explosion was massive, a column of flame that reached into the sky. The ground shook and Arqueta Mesa collapsed inward, sealing the facility forever. We collapsed in the dirt, gasping, watching the fire rage. "Is it over?" I asked. Silas didn't answer immediately. He was staring at the satellite phone in his hand at a message that had just come through from Hayes. "What is it?" Chin asked. Silas looked up, his face pale. "There are other facilities," he said quietly. 7 more, all running the same program. In the distance, sirens began to wail. The hunger was spreading. The safe house Hayes directed us to was a converted barn 40 miles northeast of Dulce, hidden among cattle ranches and empty New Mexico plains. We arrived as the sun climbed higher, painting the desert in harsh reds and golds. Behind us, a plume of black smoke still rose from Arqueta Mesa. Chen immediately set up her equipment, establishing a secure connection with Hayes's command center at Fort Carson. The encryption took several minutes. Whatever we were dealing with now was classified beyond anything I'd encountered in 8 years of service. Silas sat at the barn's makeshift conference table, studying the files Chin had extracted from the Dulce facility. His jaw was clenched, eyes moving rapidly across the screen. I'd seen that look before in Afghanistan, right before he'd ordered us to defend an indefensible position. "How bad?" I asked, grabbing 2 bottles of water from our supplies and sliding one across to him. "Worse than bad," he said, without looking up. The Wendigo project wasn't just Dulce. It was a distributed program. 7 facilities, 7 different aspects of the research, all coordinating. Dulce was biological synthesis, but there's also, he scrolled through the files, behavioral conditioning in Utah, genetic optimization in Maryland, environmental adaptation in Alaska, combat training in Colorado. They weren't just creating monsters, they were creating an army.
The satellite phone crackled to life. Hayes's voice came through, stripped of its usual military formality. "Captain Morrison, SITREP. Sir, we destroyed the Dulce facility and Patient Zero, but we've recovered classified vials indicating 6 other active sites. We need immediate extraction." "And extraction is not possible," Hayes interrupted. "As of 0600 hours, Dulce has been quarantined under emergency protocol. Nightfall. No one in, no one out. The official story is a hazmat incident at a natural gas facility." "Sir, there are civilians who are being evacuated to temporary shelters," Hayes said. "But Morrison, you need to understand something. The containment at Dulce failed 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks we've had teams monitoring potential outbreak zones. As of this morning, we've confirmed infections in Farmington, Bloomfield, and Aztec." I felt my blood run cold. Those were towns, real towns with families, schools, churches. "How many infected?" Silas asked. A pause. 17 confirmed, but the numbers are doubling every 12 hours. The pathogen is spreading faster than we projected. Shen pulled up a map on her laptop, marking the affected areas. Red dots spread across northern New Mexico like a disease, and they were growing. "The other facility," Silas said, "are they secure?" Another pause, longer this time. "Sir, that's why I'm contacting you directly," Hayes said. 2 hours ago, we lost contact with Mount Weather Emergency Operations Center in Virginia. They were coordinating the containment effort. Shortly after, we lost contact with Peterson Space Force Base in Colorado
and Fort Detrick in Maryland. The implications hit me like a physical blow. The infected are targeting our command structure? The infected are demonstrating coordinated tactical intelligence, Hayes corrected. They're not mindless monsters, Morrison. They're learning, adapting, and they're organized. Patient Zero, Chen said suddenly. Even after we destroyed it, the telepathic link remains. It's a hive mind. That's the working theory, Hayes confirmed, which brings me to why you're still in the field. Of the 7 facilities, only one has the research necessary to potentially develop a countermeasure. The Alaska site, designated Ice Station Zebra. They were studying Patient Zero's original source material. If there's a way to stop this, it'll be there. Silas leaned back, processing. You want us to travel to Alaska in the middle of an outbreak? I want you to save the world, Hayes said bluntly. You're already exposed to the operational parameters. You've seen them up close, and you're outside the primary infection zones. Captain Morrison, you're the only team in position to make this work. And if we refuse, then in 3 days, maybe 4, the infection reaches Albuquerque, population 560,000. In a week, it's in Denver, Phoenix, El Paso, major metropolitan centers with international airports. Morrison. Hayes' voice softened. If this gets airborne, if it reaches New York or Los Angeles or Chicago, we're looking at a global extinction event. The president has authorized contingency measures, strategic strikes on American soil to contain the outbreak. You'd nuke American cities? I couldn't keep the horror from my voice. I'd do anything to prevent the extinction of the human race, Hayes said. Ice Station Zebra's located in the Alaska Triangle, near Lake Iliamna. I'm transmitting coordinates now. You have 72 hours before the strategic option becomes our only option. Find a cure, Captain, or none of this matters. The connection went dead. We sat in silence for a long moment. Alaska, Chen finally said. We'll need cold weather gear, transportation. The Alaska Triangle is one of the most remote regions in North America, and it's already compromised, I added, pulling up information on my tablet. If Ice Station Zebra was part of the Wendigo project, odds are it's already experienced an outbreak. Then we better move fast, Silas said, standing. Chen, can you access the facility's remote systems? Get us a layout, security protocols, anything useful. Already on it. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. Facility went dark 48 hours ago. Same pattern as Dulcie. Communications cut off mid-transmission, but I'm detecting residual power signatures. Someone or something is still active down there. How far down? I asked. Chen pulled up the schematics.
The facility is built into a mountain glacier. Primary research level is 2,000 feet beneath the ice. Temperature is maintained at -40 degrees F to preserve... Oh God, what? They weren't just studying Patient Zero's origin, Chen said, her voice shaking. They were breeding them, creating an entire colony from preserved specimens. The facility holds 53 active Wendigo subjects. 53! The number hung in the air like a death sentence. And if they've all been infected with the modified pathogen, Silas said slowly, we're not just dealing with primitive hunger. We're dealing with enhanced versions. Faster, stronger, more intelligent. Exactly what we signed up for, I muttered darkly. We spent the next hour planning. Chen hacked into military logistics networks and arranged for a transport plane to pick us up at a small airstrip near Chama, New Mexico. From there, it was a 6-hour flight to Anchorage, then a helicopter insertion to the facility's location.
The facility's emergency protocol includes a failsafe, Chen explained, pulling up the schematics. A thermal detonation device powered by the facility's nuclear generator. If we can't stop the outbreak, we can at least ensure it doesn't spread beyond the glacier. So we're looking at another potential scorched earth scenario, Silas said. Except this time, we make sure the charges actually work, I added. As we gathered our gear, checking weapons and ammunition, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were heading into something far worse than Dulcie. This wasn't a rescue mission anymore. It wasn't even about containment. We were going to the source of the infection itself. The flight to Alaska was tense. The C-130 was piloted by two stone-faced Air Force personnel who didn't ask questions and didn't make conversation. Hayes had made it clear this mission was need to know, and officially, we didn't exist. Chen spent the flight reviewing the facility data, building a three-dimensional model of Ice Station Zebra on her laptop. Silas cleaned his weapons with methodical precision. I tried to sleep, but kept seeing those black eyes, that smile. Run, little soldiers. We landed at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson in Anchorage at 2300 hours. The base was on high alert. Armed soldiers patrolled the perimeter, and I spotted 50 caliber machine gun emplacements that definitely weren't standard. They're preparing for invasion, Chen observed as our helicopter lifted off. They think the infected might reach Alaska. They're not wrong, Silas said. The infection is moving faster than anyone predicted. If we fail here, containment becomes impossible. The helicopter flew through the night, across vast stretches of wilderness. Below, I could see the occasional lights of isolated communities. Wasilla, Willow, tiny settlements scattered across the frozen landscape. All of them at risk. All of them potential feeding grounds. 5 minutes, the pilot announced. The Alaska Triangle was living up to its reputation. We flew through sudden turbulence, the helicopter bucking and shaking. Strange lights flickered in the distance. Aurora Borealis, maybe. Or something else. There, Chen pointed. Lake Iliamna spread beneath us, a massive body of water, still partially frozen despite the late season. And rising from its northern shore, a mountain of ice and rock. Somewhere inside that mountain was Ice Station Zebra. The facility's exterior entrance was built into a cave mouth, accessible only by helicopter. We rappelled down in the darkness, our lights cutting through swirling snow. The temperature was brutal. Even through our cold weather gear, I could feel the bite of Arctic wind. The entrance was sealed by a blast door that looked like it could withstand a nuclear strike. Chen worked on the security override while Silas and I kept watch. The wind howled, carrying with it sounds that might have been animals or might have been something else. The door opened with a groan of protesting metal. Warm air rushed out. The facility's climate control was still active. We moved inside, weapons ready, into a corridor carved from ice and stone. Emergency lighting is functional, Chen noted. Generator must still be operational. We descended into the facility, following the main corridor deeper into the glacier. The walls were lined with ice, creating a strange prismatic effect with our flashlights. It was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure.
The first body appeared on level 2. It was frozen solid, crystallized in the moment of death. A scientist, his face locked in a scream, one hand reaching out as if pleading for help. The ice around him was tinged red. They're preserved,
Chen said, examining the corpse. The cold is keeping them from decaying or reanimating, I added. In Dulce, the bodies had been drained. Here, they were intact, which meant they didn't feed here, Silas realized. They killed, but they didn't consume. Why? We found the answer on level 4. The containment area was massive, a cavern carved into the glacier, fitted with dozens of cryogenic tanks. Each tank held a Wendigo suspended in frozen stasis, but the tanks were all empty, their doors hanging open. They released them, Chen whispered. Someone opened all the tanks. Or something, I corrected. On the far wall, I spotted a manual override panel. The controls had been smashed from the inside. Patient Zero's voice echoed in my memory. My children are everywhere now. They're coordinating, Silas said. Dulce gets contained, so they activate the other sites, release the pure strain Wendigos to spread the infection faster. A howl echoed through the facility. Close, too close. Contact, Chen warned, her motion tracker lighting up. Multiple signatures coming from level 5, the research level. Silas said that's where the genetic data will be stored. We need to get down there. We ran. Behind us, the howling intensified, joined by others, the sound of claws on ice, of bodies moving within human speed. I risked a glance back and saw them, the pure strain Wendigos, untainted by human modification. They were smaller than the hybrids, but faster, more primal, more hungry. We reached the elevator shaft and rappelled down, cutting the line behind us. The Wendigos gathered at the edge above, their black eyes watching, calculating. Level 5 was eerily quiet. The research labs were intact, computers still running, data streaming across screens. Chen immediately began downloading files, while Silas and I secured the entrances. The genetic sequencing is all here, Chen said excitedly. The original Wendigo DNA, the modification process, the pathogen vectors. But there's something else, some kind of inhibitor. They were developing a way to suppress the hunger. A cure? I asked. More like a treatment. It doesn't reverse the transformation, but it stops the progression, prevents the infected from losing their humanity completely. Can you synthesize it? Silas demanded. Not here, but I can transmit the formula to Hayes. Let the CDC work on mass production. She plugged in a secure uplink, transmitting now. This will take 5 minutes. We didn't have 5 minutes. The Wendigos had found another way down. They poured into level 5 from air vents, from maintenance tunnels, from every direction at once. We fell back to the server room, laying down, suppressing fire. How long? Silas shouted over the gunfire. 3 minutes. A Wendigo lunged at me, its claws raking across my armor. I put 3 rounds into its skull and it dropped, but more took its place, always more. 2 minutes. My rifle clicked empty. I switched to my sidearm, firing methodically. Headshot, headshot, headshot. But my ammunition wouldn't last forever. A massive crash as the door buckled. They were using their bodies as battering rams, sacrificing themselves to break through our defenses. 1 minute, the door gave way. They flooded in, a wave of gray skin and black claws and terrible hunger.
Silas threw a thermite grenade, and the front ranks erupted in flame, but still they came. "Done!" Chen yanked the uplink cable. "Data transmitted. Hayes has everything." "Thermal detonation," Silas shouted. "We're out of time." Chen pulled up the facility's control system and entered the activation codes. Somewhere deep in the glacier, the nuclear generator began spinning up, diverting power to the thermal charges. "We have 60 seconds, she warned. We ran for the emergency exit, a service tunnel that led to the surface. The Wendigos gave chase, their howls filling the ice corridors behind us. I heard the generator's pitch increasing, felt the temperature rising. 40 seconds. We burst out onto the glacier surface, into blinding snow and Arctic wind.
The helicopter was gone, either destroyed or forced to leave by the weather. 30 seconds. There! Chen pointed at a snow tractor, covered in ice but intact. We piled in and Silas got the engine started on the first try. 20 seconds. The tractor lurched forward, its treads biting into the ice. In the rearview mirror, I saw Wendigos pouring from the facility entrance, racing after us. 10 seconds. We were barely 100 meters away when Ice Station Zebra detonated. The explosion was apocalyptic. The entire glacier lit up from within, orange and red against the white ice. A geyser of superheated steam erupted skyward, and the Wendigos behind us were instantly vaporized. The shockwave hit our tractor like a hammer, flipping us. We tumbled across the ice, metal screaming, the world spinning. I felt something crack in my chest, tasted blood, then darkness. I woke to Silas shaking me. We were in a cave, natural, not man-made. Outside I could hear the storm raging, wind howling like tortured souls. "Chen," I croaked. "Alive?" "Unconscious, but alive." Silas helped me sit up. My ribs screamed in protest. "Broken?" "Definitely." We made it about half a mile before the tractor died. Found this cave. Been here for 2 hours. The facility gone? Completely destroyed. The glacier collapsed in on itself. Nothing could have survived that. I should have felt relief, but all I felt was exhausted. "Hayes made contact," Silas continued. "The formula Chen transmitted is being fast-tracked through synthesis. They might have a working treatment in 24 hours. Might. The outbreak is accelerating. Albuquerque has reported cases. So has Tucson. We're running out of time." I looked at Chen, unconscious and pale, then at Silas, his face drawn with exhaustion. "We stopped 2 facilities," I said. 5 more to go." Silas nodded grimly. "Hayes is scrambling teams for the other sites, but we're closest to the next target." "Where?" "Colorado, the Denver International Airport facility. That's where they were training the infected for urban infiltration." He paused. "It's also directly beneath one of the busiest airports in America. If that site is compromised, if the infected reach the terminal..." He didn't need to finish. I understood. This wasn't over. It was just beginning. Outside, the storm raged, and in the darkness, somewhere out there, the hunger waited. The medical team at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson worked on Chen while Silas and I received our briefing from Hayes. The colonel's face on the secure video feed looked haggard. He'd aged a decade in the past 48 hours. "The containment effort is failing," Hayes said without preamble. "The treatment formula Chen extracted has been synthesized, but production and distribution will take time. We don't have current infection count. Across New Mexico, Arizona, and Colorado, 847 confirmed cases. Real number is probably 3 times that.
How many casualties? I asked, my ribs aching despite the painkillers. Civilian deaths, 423. Military and first responder losses, 189. Hayes's voice was flat, emotionless, the tone of someone reporting numbers rather than human lives. The president has extended the quarantine zones. National Guard has been mobilized across 4 states. We're calling it a bioterror incident. What about the other facilities? Silas asked. We've secured 2 of them, Fort Detrick in Maryland and the Utah site near Skinwalker Ranch. Both were abandoned, their subjects already released. That leaves 3 active sites: Denver International Airport, Mount Shasta in California, and the Bridger-Teton facility in Wyoming. Hayes pulled up a tactical map. Denver is our priority. Intelligence suggests Patient Zero's consciousness is centered there. We believe it's using the airport's infrastructure as a distribution hub. The infected are accessing the terminal, potentially boarding flights. They're trying to go global, I realized with horror. Exactly. We've grounded all flights out of Denver, but we can't maintain the quarantine indefinitely without causing mass panic. You have 12-hour window to infiltrate the facility, locate and destroy any remaining Wendigo subjects, and eliminate the threat. 12 hours, Silas repeated. And then? Hayes's expression darkened. And then we implement Strategic Option Omega, a tactical nuclear strike on Denver International Airport. The words hung in the air like a curse. You can't, I said.
That airport serves millions of passengers. The surrounding area has been evacuated, Hayes interrupted, under the cover of a credible bomb threat. We've bought you 12 hours, Morrison. After that, the president has authorized the strike. Better to lose one city than lose the planet. The connection ended. Chen regained consciousness an hour later. Her injuries were severe, fractured skull, internal bleeding, but she insisted on continuing the mission. I'm the only one who can navigate the facility security systems, she argued, wincing as she sat up. You need me. Silas shook his head. You can barely walk. Then I'll crawl. Her eyes were fierce. Rodriguez is dead. Jackson is dead. Watts is dead. I'm not letting their sacrifice be meaningless. We flew out at 0400 hours on a stealth transport approaching Denver International Airport from the west. The facility below was dark. All flights grounded. The terminal evacuated. The massive complex standing empty under the pre-dawn sky. The underground facility extends beneath the entire airport, Chen explained, studying the schematics on her tablet. 6 levels, interconnected by service tunnels. The Wendigo subjects were housed on level 6, but intelligence suggests they've spread throughout the complex. How many subjects were at this facility? I asked. Initial deployment, 37 enhanced soldiers. But the facility's primary purpose was training, not containment. They were teaching the infected to blend in, to pass as human. If they've been converted, she trailed off, running calculations. We could be looking at over 100 hostiles. The helicopter touched down on a remote runway, and we disembarked into the cold Colorado night. Denver International Airport sprawled before us. Iconic white tent-like roof structures looking like massive sails frozen in stone. Beneath all that architectural beauty, something monstrous waited. We entered through a maintenance access tunnel, heavily armed and equipped with thermal imaging. The facility's power was running on backup generators, casting everything in a dim red emergency lighting. Motion sensors are offline, Chen reported. Either they were disabled or something tore them out. Assume hostile contact at any moment, Silas ordered.
Level 1 was administrative offices, filing systems, storage rooms, all empty. We found blood smears on the walls, signs of struggle, but no bodies. "They're taking them," Chen said, examining the blood patterns, dragging the victims deeper into the facility. Building a nest, I realized, like the pile of bodies at Dogley. We descended to level 2. This level contained the training facilities, mock urban environments, obstacle courses, shooting ranges. The infected had been trained here to operate weapons, to use tactics, to think strategically, and they'd learned well. The ambush came without warning. Wendigos dropped from air vents above us, moving with coordinated precision. They weren't just attacking, they were executing a flanking maneuver. "Contact left," Silas shouted, his rifle barking. I spun right, dropping 2 creatures that had been circling behind us. Chen fired her sidearm from a seated position, her injuries limiting her mobility. We retreated to a fortified training room and barricaded the door. Outside, I could hear them regrouping, not howling, not screaming, communicating in low clicks and growls. A language. "They're planning," Chen said, her voice shaking. "They're actually planning their next attack." "How long until the strike?" I asked Silas. He checked his watch. 10 hours, 43 minutes. "We need to reach level 6, Chen said. "That's where Patient Zero's consciousness is focused. That's where we'll find the central hive node." "We'll never make it fighting through all 6 levels," I argued. "There are too many of them." "Then we don't fight through," Silas said, pulling up a schematic. "We go around." The service tunnels run parallel to the main facility. They're narrow, defensible. If we can access the tunnel network, we can bypass the infected and reach level 6 directly. We waited until the Wendigos outside grew quiet, then blasted through a sidewall into the service tunnel. The passage was cramped, forcing us to move single file, but it was empty. We descended through the darkness, our flashlights cutting through the gloom. The walls here were concrete and steel, purely functional, unlike the sterile labs above. Pipes ran overhead, dripping condensation. The air smelled of rust and something else, something organic. Level 3. Level 4. The deeper we went, the colder it became. I could see my breath. Even though the facility was climate-controlled, the temperature's dropping artificially, Chen observed. They're creating an Arctic environment. "Why?" I asked. "Because that's where they come from," Silas said, quietly. "The cold, the hunger. They're making this place feel like home." We reached level 5 and encountered our first body. Unlike the desiccated corpses at Dula or the frozen dead at Ice Station Zebra, this one was different. The victim, a middle-aged man in a scientist's coat, was curled in a fetal position, his face peaceful. No signs of violence, no signs of feeding. Chen scanned the body with a handheld device. "He's been infected," she said, "but he didn't transform. The pathogen is present in his system, but it's dormant." The treatment? I realized. Someone administered the treatment. "Who?" Silas demanded. "Everyone in this facility should be dead or converted." A voice answered from the shadows. "Not everyone." We spun, weapons raised. A woman emerged from the darkness, late 30s, wearing torn business attire, her arm in a makeshift sling. She raised her hand slowly. "I'm Dr. Patricia Keene, Level 5 Research Director. I've been hiding in the service tunnels for 3 days." Silas kept his rifle trained on her. "Prove you're not infected." Dr. Keene rolled up her sleeve, revealing clean, unmarked skin. "I was one of the first to receive the treatment.
When the outbreak started, when they released the subjects, a few of us managed to lock ourselves in a clean room. We administered the formula to everyone we could save. How many survived? Chen asked. 12 of us initially, now just me. Her voice cracked. The infected can smell the treatment. It blocks their telepathic connection to patient zero. They've been hunting us systematically, killing anyone who might pose a threat to the hive mind. Where's the hive node? Silas demanded. Level 6. They've converted the entire floor into a nesting chamber. Patient Zero's consciousness is focused there. It's using one of the original subjects as an anchor. Kill that anchor, and the hive mind collapses. The infected will lose their coordination, their strategic intelligence. Will they die? I asked. No, but they'll become just animals. Dangerous, but manageable. She looked at each of us. You're military. You're here to destroy the facility. A tactical strike is inbound, Silas confirmed. 10 hours. Then we need to move now, Dr. Keene said. I know a way to level 6, but it goes through their nesting chamber. There will be hundreds of them. We don't have a choice, Silas said. Dr. Keene led us deeper through a maze of service tunnels that seemed to twist back on themselves. The temperature continued to drop. I could see ice forming on the pipes now, frost spreading across the walls. They're transforming the entire facility, Chen observed, restructuring it to match their natural habitat. We reached a junction, and Dr. Keene stopped. Beyond this point, we enter their territory. They'll know we're here immediately. How many? Silas asked. In the nesting chamber, at least 300. She saw our expressions. I told you it's a slaughter down there. We're not here to fight 300 Wendigos, Silas said. We're here to kill one, the anchor. Where will it be? The center of the nest, surrounded by the others. Dr. Keene pulled out a crumpled map. But there's another way. The ventilation system. If we can access the maintenance shaft directly above the nest, we can drop thermite grenades, burn the anchor before the others can respond. And then, run like hell, I added. We climbed. The ventilation shaft was vertical, the ladder rungs slick with ice. My broken ribs screamed with every movement, but I pushed through the pain. Below us, I could hear them. Hundreds of voices, clicking and growling in their strange language. The maintenance shaft opened onto a catwalk, 50 feet above the nesting chamber. I looked down and immediately wished I hadn't. The chamber was enormous, easily the size of a football field, and it was alive with Wendigos.
They moved in coordinated patterns, tending to piles of frozen bodies, preparing food stores. In the center, on a throne of ice and bone, sat the anchor. It was larger than the others, its body covered in ritual scars and symbols that glowed with a faint blue light. Its eyes were closed, but I could feel its presence, a vast, cold intelligence that pressed against my mind. "You've come so far," the voice said, directly in my brain. "Such brave little soldiers. But you're too late. My children are everywhere. The infection spreads faster than your cure can be distributed. Soon, all will hunger." "Light it up," Silas ordered. We dropped every thermite grenade we had. They felt like burning stars impacting around the anchor. The white-hot chemical fire engulfed the creature, and its mental scream echoed in all our heads. The nest erupted in chaos. Wendigers howled and charged toward our position. Dr. Keene was already running, leading us back toward the maintenance shaft. Behind us, I heard the catwalk groaning under the weight of pursuing bodies. "It's not dead," Chen shouted. "The anchor is still broadcasting." She was right. Despite the thermite, I could still feel that presence, that cold intelligence. "We need a bigger bomb," I said. "I have one," Dr. Keene replied. "The facility's reactor. I can trigger a meltdown. It'll take 15 minutes, but it'll vaporize level 6 and everything on it." "Do it," Silas ordered. We reached a terminal, and Dr. Keene entered the override codes. Alarms began blaring throughout the facility. The Wendigo's pursuit intensified. They knew what we'd done. "Reactor core destabilizing," an automated voice announced. "All personnel evacuate. Meltdown in 15 minutes." We ran through the tunnels, up through the levels, the infected right behind us. I could feel the anchor's presence weakening, its control slipping as the reactor temperature climbed. "You cannot stop the hunger," it whispered. "Even if you kill me, others will rise. We are inevitable. We are winter." "We'll see about that," I growled. We burst onto the surface as the facility erupted beneath us. The reactor's meltdown created a controlled implosion, collapsing the underground complex in on itself. The ground shook, and the iconic white tent structures of Denver International Airport tilted and crashed down. The anchor's presence vanished from my mind. We collapsed in the parking lot, gasping, watching smoke and steam rise from the destroyed facility. In the distance, I could hear sirens approaching. "Is it over?" Dr. Keene asked. "Not yet," Silas said, checking his phone. Messages from Hayes were flooding in. The infection count is dropping. The infected who received direct contact with patient Zero's consciousness, they're entering a catatonic state. But the outliers, the ones further from the telepathic network, they're still active. "How many?" Chen asked weakly. "Hundreds, maybe thousands. But without coordination, without strategic intelligence, they're manageable." Silas helped me to my feet. "Hayes says the treatment is being distributed now. They're setting up containment zones, treatment centers, and the other facilities," I asked. "Mount Shasta and Bridger Titan are being secured by other teams. It's actually over." I looked at the destroyed airport, at the emergency vehicles racing toward us, at the dawn breaking over Denver's skyline. "Is it, though?" I asked quietly. Because even with Patient Zero destroyed, even with the facilities secured, I knew the truth. The Wendigo pathogen was out there now, in the wild, in the population. The hunger would always be waiting. 6 months later, I stood at Arlington National Cemetery, watching them lower Rodriguez into the ground. Then Jackson, then Watts. The full military honors, flag-draped coffins, rifle salute, taps playing in the cold morning air. Their families wept. I stood at attention, my chest tight with more than just the memory of broken ribs. Silas stood beside me in his dress uniform, jaw clenched, eyes forward. Chen was there too, leaning on a cane, her injuries from Alaska leaving her with permanent nerve damage. Dr. Keene had come as well, representing the 47 civilian personnel who died at Dulce. The official story was a classified counter-terrorism operation gone wrong. The families would never know the truth, would never understand what their loved ones had died fighting.
After the ceremony, Hayes approached us in civilian clothes. He looked different without the uniform. Older, more vulnerable. "I wanted you to hear it from me first," he said quietly.
The program is being shut down. The president signed the order this morning. All Wendigo-related research is being classified at the highest level and sealed. The remaining samples are being destroyed. What about the infected? Chen asked. 1,800 confirmed cases received treatment, Hayes said. 86% success rate in halting the transformation. The others, he paused. The others are in secure medical facilities. We're calling it a new form of encephalitis, giving them treatment, rehabilitation. Some of them might recover enough to live relatively normal lives. And the ones that don't? Silas asked. Hayes didn't answer. Didn't need to. We walked through Arlington in silence, past thousands of white headstones, each one a life, a story, a sacrifice. How many more would there have been if we'd failed? I've been having dreams, Chen said suddenly, about the facility, about their eyes watching me. Dr. Reeves said the pathogen is infectious through contact. We were exposed, Silas. All of us. What if we were tested? Silas interrupted. Weekly blood work for the past 6 months. We're clean. But the hunger, Chen pressed. Don't you feel it sometimes? Late at night when you're alone? That cold, empty feeling? I did. God help me, I did, but I didn't say it out loud. That's just trauma, Hayes said, but his tone suggested he didn't entirely believe it. The psychiatrist said it's normal. PTSD, survivor's guilt, lingering psychological effects of exposure to patient zero's telepathic influence. Or maybe we brought something back with us, I said quietly. Something we can't see on a blood test. We reached the cemetery's exit. Beyond the gates, Washington, D.C. sprawled. Billions of people going about their lives completely unaware of how close they'd come to extinction. What now? Chen asked. Now, you heal, Hayes said. All of you. The Army's offering full medical discharge with honors, counseling, benefits, a chance to return to normal life. Normal. Silas repeated the word like it was foreign. I'm not sure I remember what that means. Hayes handed each of us a folder, your discharge papers, and something else. The president wanted you to have these. Inside were medals of honor. The citation was vague, valor in combat against a classified threat. But the medal itself was real, heavy, cold, like ice. There will be a ceremony, Hayes continued. Small, private. After that, you're free to go wherever you want. Do whatever you want. You've earned it. We separated outside the cemetery. Chen to her sister's house in Virginia. Hayes back to Fort Carson. Silas and I found a bar in Georgetown. Ordered whiskey. Didn't speak. Finally, Silas broke the silence. I'm staying in. I looked at him. What? The Army. I'm not taking the discharge. He stared at his glass. There are still 3 facilities out there. Mount Shasta was secured, but what if there are others? Hidden programs. Black sites we don't know about. Hayes said the program is shut down. Hayes said that officially it's shut down. But you and I both know how this works. Some general, some politician, they'll look at what we faced, what we barely survived, and they'll think, but what if we could control it? They'll restart the program under a different name, and when it goes wrong again, someone needs to be watching, I finished. Silas nodded. Someone who knows what to look for, what to fear. I can't go back to normal knowing that thing is still out there.
It's dead, I said. We killed Patient Zero. We destroyed the anchor. Did we? Silas turned to face me. Or did we just kill a part of it? Dr. Keene said Patient Zero's consciousness could transfer between subjects. What if there's another anchor? What if the original creature, the one they found frozen in Alaska, what if it's still out there somewhere? The thought chilled me more than the winter air. I had Hayes run a check, Silas continued. The Alaska expedition that discovered Patient Zero in 1979. The team was 6 members. 5 of them died in the Arctic. The 6th, he pulled out a file. Dr. Marcus Winters, currently Director of Epidemiology at the CDC. He's been personally overseeing the distribution of the Wendigo treatment.
The implications settled over me like a shroud. You think he's infected? I said. I think he's had 46 years to perfect hiding it. Silas said, I think he orchestrated this entire crisis, released the subjects, spread the infection, forced us to develop a treatment he's now personally controlling the distribution of. What if the cure isn't a cure? What if it's a vector? Jesus Christ! Silas, I know how it sounds, he interrupted. Paranoid conspiracy theory, but we saw what they're capable of. The intelligence, the planning, the patience. He met my eyes. I need someone to help me investigate. Someone I trust. Someone who's seen what I've seen. I thought about Rodriguez, about Jackson and Watts, about Dr. Reeves, about the 47 people at Dolce, about the 423 civilians who died in the initial outbreak. I thought about that cold, empty feeling Chen had mentioned, the hunger that wasn't quite hunger, the feeling that something had changed inside me during those weeks of exposure. I'll need time, I finally said. Time to think, to heal. Silas nodded. Take all the time you need, but when you're ready, if you're ready, you know where to find me. He left cash on the bar and walked out into the winter afternoon. I drove north that night, away from Washington, away from the military, away from everything. I ended up in a small town in Vermont, renting a cabin on the edge of a forest. No neighbors, no cell service, just silence and snow. The first month was hard. I'd wake screaming, seeing those black eyes in every shadow. The psychiatrist Hayes had assigned me sleeping pills, anti-anxiety medication. They helped, but only barely. The second month, I started to adjust. Got a job at a local hardware store, made small talk with customers, learned to function. The third month, I started to feel it. The hunger, not for food. I was eating regularly, maintaining my weight, but there was an emptiness inside me, a void that seemed to grow larger each day. I'd stand in the forest behind my cabin, feeling the winter wind, and something in me would respond, would feel right. I called Chen. Her voice was shaking. I feel it too, she admitted. The doctors say I'm clean, but there's something wrong. I'll be sitting in my apartment and I'll smell meat cooking and my mouth will water and I'll think terrible things. Have you told Hayes? Are you kidding? They'd lock us up, study us. We'd become subjects, just like the ones we destroyed. A pause. Silas was right. We brought something back. Something the blood test can't detect. After we hung up, I stood in my cabin,
looking at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. My eyes were still brown, my skin was still the right color. I looked human. But late at night, when I couldn't sleep, I'd catch myself thinking in clicks and growls. I'd feel the urge to hunt, to feed, to run through the winter forest on all fours, and it felt good. I called Silas the next morning. "I'm in," I said. "Whatever you're investigating, whatever you need, I'm in." "Good," Silas said, "because I found something. A facility we didn't know about. Operational since 1952, predating the Wendigo Project by 27 years. It's in Montana, built into a mountain range. And according to satellite imaging," he paused, "according to the satellites, there's been unusual thermal activity in the past week. Something's waking up." "When do we leave?" I asked. "Tonight. Hayes doesn't know this. It's off the books. Just you, me, and Chen. If she's willing. She'll be willing." I hung up and packed my gear. The medals Hayes had given us sat in a drawer, gathering dust. I left them there. Whatever I was now, whatever I was becoming, I wasn't a hero. I was a hunter. Or maybe I was the hunted. The drive to Montana took 2 days. I met Silas and Chen at a truck stop outside Billings, and we drove into the mountains together. The facility was remote, accessible only by logging roads that hadn't been maintained in decades. "What are we expecting?" Chen asked, as we hiked the final mile. "Unknown," Silas admitted. "The facility's designation is Omega Station. That's all the records say. No mission parameters, no personnel logs, just a location and a construction date." We found the entrance at sunset, a reinforced door built into a cliff face, covered in ice and decades of weather damage. The security panel was ancient, but Chen got it working with a portable power supply.
The door opened. Inside, the corridor stretched into darkness. Our flashlights revealed concrete walls covered in ice, pipes frozen and burst, the remnants of a facility that had been abandoned for decades. But it wasn't empty. As we descended, I felt that presence again, that cold intelligence, but different this time, older, stronger. "You came," the voice said, and I recognized it immediately. Patient Zero, or something that had once been Patient Zero. "It's impossible," Chen whispered. "We destroyed the anchor." "You destroyed a part of me," the voice replied. "A finger. And but I am vast. I am ancient. I am the hunger that has waited since the last ice age, sleeping beneath the ice, dreaming of warmth and flesh." The corridor opened into a chamber, and we saw it. The original Patient Zero. It was massive, 15 feet tall, skeletal, covered in ice that glowed with an inner blue light. Its eyes were open, black and infinite, staring at nothing and everything, and it was breathing. "How?" I asked. "We destroyed the facilities. We broke the telepathic network." "You broke one network,"
the creature said, but I have had 10,000 years to spread my consciousness across this world. Every frozen place, every winter storm, every moment of cold and hunger, I am there. I am always there. Then we'll destroy you. Silas raised his rifle. The creature laughed, a sound like ice cracking. You cannot destroy winter, little soldier. You can only endure it. And even now you feel it, don't you? The change inside you, the hunger that no amount of food can satisfy, the cold that no fire can warm. I felt it. God help me, I felt it all. The treatment, Chen said. The cure. It's not working, is it? There is no cure, the creature said. Only delay, only denial. You have all been touched by winter, and winter never truly ends. It only waits. Silas fired. The bullet struck the ice encasing the creature, but it didn't crack, didn't even chip. This body is nothing, the creature said. Kill it, and I will find another. I am in the infected. I am in the treatment itself. Every drop of serum carries a piece of me. Every person saved carries my seed. In a generation, perhaps two, all of humanity will hunger as I hunger, will know winter as I know winter. No, I said, but my voice lacked conviction, because I could feel it, the truth of its words, the ineligibility. Go home, little soldiers, the creature said. Live your short lives. Enjoy the warmth while it lasts. Winter is coming. Winter is always coming. We left, not because we wanted to, because we had no other choice. In the Humvee, driving back to civilization, none of us spoke. The hunger sat in my chest like a stone. The cold wrapped around my heart. Finally, Chen broke the silence. What do we do? Silas stared at the road ahead. We fight as long as we can, as hard as we can. We hunt down every Wendigo, every infected, every person who tries to restart the program. We make it as hard as possible for winter to win. And when we turn, I asked quietly, because we will turn. Maybe not this year, maybe not next, but eventually the hunger will win. Then we destroy ourselves before we become the monsters, Silas said. We drove through the night, 3 soldiers against winter itself. The war was lost, we knew that now, but the battles could still be won. Lives could still be saved, time could still be bought, and maybe, just maybe, humanity would find a real cure before winter consumed everything. But in my heart, I knew the truth. Winter was inevitable. The hunger would win. It was just a matter of time. I'm writing this from a CDC facility in Atlanta. They don't know I'm accessing this terminal. They think I'm sleeping, sedated by the drugs they've been giving me to control the symptoms. It's been 3 years since Montana. 3 years of fighting, of hunting, of trying to stop the spread. Silas is dead now. Killed 6 months ago during a containment operation in Oregon. Chen disappeared last month. I like to think she found peace, but I know the truth. She fed. I can feel it happening to me. The hunger is stronger now.
My body temperature has dropped 2 degrees. I don't feel cold anymore. I don't need much food. I find myself thinking in that clicking language, dreaming of ice and winter. Dr. Marcus Winters, the CDC director. Silas suspected he visits me sometimes, checks my progress. He looks at me with those dark eyes and smiles. And I know, he's patient 0. No, he's been waiting, planning, spreading his gift across the globe.
The treatment he developed, it doesn't cure, it converts. Slowly, carefully, invisibly. In another generation, everyone who received it will start to change, will start to hunger. 6 billion potential Wendigos. Winter's final victory. I have maybe a week left before I lose myself completely, before I become what I've spent 3 years fighting. I've prepared for this, hidden weapons, planned my own destruction. I won't let myself become a monster, but I'm writing this as a warning to whoever finds it, to whoever comes after. The hunger is real, the Wendigo is real, and it's winning. If you're reading this, if you've felt that cold emptiness inside, if you've ever looked at another human being and felt something shift in your brain, run. Get away from people. End it before you spread it further, because winter is coming, and this time, spring will never arrive. You don't question orders when they come from that high up the chain. 23 years in the army taught me that much. But when the encrypted message arrived at 0300 hours, routing me through 7 different secure channels before landing on my phone, I knew this wasn't a standard deployment. Report to Hangar 18, Peterson Space Force Base, 0600 hours. Classification, Umbra. Destroy this message. I watched the text dissolve into static on my screen, the military-grade encryption eating itself. My wife slept soundly beside me, and I was grateful she couldn't ask questions I wouldn't be allowed to answer. I'd been with the Special Activities Division long enough to recognize the signs. Umbra classification meant this was beyond top secret. This was the kind of operation that never made it into official records. By 0545, I was standing in a hangar that supposedly didn't exist, surrounded by 4 other soldiers who looked as confused as I felt. We were all special forces. You could tell by the way we carried ourselves, the way we automatically positioned ourselves with clear sight lines to all exits. But we'd never worked together before. A man in an expensive suit stepped out of the shadows. No uniform, no insignia, but he had that particular brand of authority that didn't need decoration. Gentlemen, I'm Mr. Graves. You won't remember my face after this briefing, and you certainly won't remember my name. He placed a metal briefcase on a folding table. You've been selected for a specialized containment operation. Location, Skinwalker Ranch, Utah. Duration, 72 hours. Survival rate, unknown. That last part got our attention. Sir, one of the other soldiers spoke up, a lean guy with a ranger tab. Survival rate unknown. Graves smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. The previous team's status is inconclusive. We lost contact 60 hours into their deployment. All 9 members. He opened the briefcase and pulled out a series of photographs. Even in the hangar's harsh fluorescent light, I could see they weren't normal surveillance photos.
They showed something moving through thermal imaging, something that shifted and changed shape, impossibly fast, impossibly wrong. What you're about to hear stays in this room. Skinwalker Ranch has been under government observation since 1996, but the phenomena there date back centuries according to Ute tribal records. The ranch sits on land considered cursed by the indigenous population. They refuse to enter it. We should have listened. Graves laid out more photos, cattle mutilated with surgical precision, strange lights in the sky, and then the photos of people, or what was left of them. I'd seen combat casualties. I'd seen what IEDs did to human bodies. But this was different. These bodies looked like they'd been turned inside out and then carefully rearranged. You'll be investigating several incidents that have escalated in the past month. We've detected significant electromagnetic anomalies, unexplained disappearances, and what witnesses describe as, he paused, choosing his words carefully, shapeshifters. Like Terminator 2, someone joked nervously. Like skinwalkers, Graves said flatly. Navajo legend speaks of witches who wear the pelts of animals to take their form, but what we're dealing with is both more and less than that. It's intelligent, it's predatory, and it's been systematically hunting our personnel. He distributed encrypted tablets to each of us. This is everything we know, which isn't much. Your team leader is Captain Silas Monroe. He'll brief you on the flight. That's when I noticed the sixth man emerging from a side office. Silas Monroe looked like he'd been carved from granite and left out in a desert storm. Somewhere in his 40s, with gray creeping into his buzz cut and eyes that had seen things that would break most men. He had the 1,000-yard stare of someone who'd spent too long looking into the abyss. Gentlemen, his voice was gravel and smoke. Grab your gear. We're wheels up in 15. The Black Hawk cut through the pre-dawn sky, rotor wash drowning out any attempt at conversation. I sat in the cargo bay with the other 4 soldiers, all of us studying the classified files on our tablets. The more I read, the less sense it made. Silas sat across from me, his face illuminated by the tablet's glow. He'd been reading the same page for 10 minutes, his jaw working like he was chewing on something bitter. "Captain," I shouted over the rotors, "what aren't they telling us?" He looked up, and for a moment, I saw something in his eyes that made my blood run cold. Fear. Silas Monroe was afraid. "Everything," he said simply. He turned off his tablet and leaned forward, forcing the rest of us to huddle in close to hear him over the helicopter's roar. "I've read every file. I've spoken to the 2 survivors from previous operations who didn't go completely insane. Here's what you need to know. Don't trust your eyes. Don't trust your ears. And whatever you do, don't go out alone after dark." "What exactly are we hunting, sir?" asked the ranger. His name was Martinez, according to his file. "We're not hunting it," Silas said. "It's hunting us. Our job is to survive long enough to gather data and get out. The eggheads want to know what it is, how it works. But every team they've sent has either died or come back broken. Then why send us?" I asked. Silas's smile was grim. "Because we're expendable, and because they think, maybe, just maybe, a military response will work better than scientists with clipboard." The helicopter began its descent. Through the window, I could see the sprawling Utah landscape. Red rock canyons and scrublands stretching to the horizon, beautiful and desolate. And somewhere down there,
Hidden among the ridges and valleys was Skinwalker Ranch. We touched down in a clearing about a mile from the ranch proper. The pilot kept the rotors hot. 72 hours, Captain, he shouted. Then I'm gone, with or without you. Understood, Silas replied. He turned to us. Let's move. The ranch itself was a cluster of buildings surrounded by high fences topped with cameras and sensors. It looked more like a military installation than a cattle ranch. A lone figure waited by the main gate. A scientist in a rumpled jacket, clutching a clipboard like a security blanket. Captain Monroe? Dr. Sarah Chen. Xenobiology. She didn't offer to shake hands. Thank God you're here. We've had 3 incidents in the past 48 hours. Show us, Silas ordered. Dr. Chen led us through the compound. It was eerily quiet. No birds, no insects, nothing. Just the whistle of wind through the canyon and our boots on gravel. The ranch sits on a geological anomaly, Chen explained as we walked. The electromagnetic readings here are off the charts. We've documented over 20 different species of wildlife exhibiting unusual behavior. Coyotes watching us with what I can only describe as human intelligence. Wolves moving in formation like a military unit. And then there's the cattle. She stopped in front of a barn. The smell hit me before she opened the door. That sick, sweet rod of death. Inside, 3 cattle lay dead. But dead didn't quite cover it. They'd been dissected with impossible precision. Organs removed and arranged in geometric patterns on the barn floor. No blood, no tracks. No sign of how anyone or anything could have done this. Last night, Chen said quietly, we have them on camera until 0200 hours. Then static. When the picture cleared at 023, this is what we found. 3 minutes? Martinez whispered. This took 3 minutes? Or 3 seconds, Chen replied. The timestamp might be corrupted. Everything electronic goes haywire when it's around. When what's around? I asked. Chen looked at Silas, who nodded.
We call it the Mimic, she said. It's been here for at least 200 years, probably longer. The youth have stories about it dating back to before European contact. It can take any form, animal, human, even objects. We've seen it mimic vehicles, structures, even other team members. That's impossible, Martinez said. You're standing in front of cattle that were surgically eviscerated in less than 3 minutes with no instruments, no blood, and no witnesses, Chen shot back. Impossible is relative. Silas checked his watch. We've got 68 hours. Let's set up a perimeter and start with basic reconnaissance. Martinez, Washington, take the north fence line. Chen, show me where the previous team was stationed when you lost contact. And me, sir? I asked. You're with me, Silas said. I need someone watching my 6, and you look like you've got steady nerves. I wasn't sure that was true anymore, but I fell in beside him as we followed Chen deeper into the compound. The command center was a converted farmhouse filled with monitoring equipment, computers, and walls covered in maps and photographs connected by red string like something from a conspiracy theorist's fever dream. 2 other scientists, both young, both terrified, monitored the screens. This is where the previous team was based, Chen said. 9 soldiers, just like your team. Their last transmission was, she pulled up an audio file. Static, then screaming, then a voice, calm and measured, speaking in a language I didn't recognize. Then silence. Play it again, Silas ordered. Chen did. This time I focused on the voice in the static.
It was speaking English, I realized, but the words were backwards, overlapping, like multiple recordings playing simultaneously. "Help us," the voice said. "It's wearing us. It's wearing our skin. It knows what we know. It sees what we see. Don't trust—" The recording ended in a burst of static. "That was Captain Reynolds," Chen said softly. He was the team leader. We found his uniform 3 days later, neatly folded outside the south gate. Empty. No body, no blood, just empty clothes. Silas stared at the audio waveform on the screen. "Have you tried thermal imaging? Infrared?" "Everything," one of the younger scientists said. "It doesn't show up on any spectrum. It's like it knows what we're looking for and adapts. Heat signature 1 minute, gone the next. Shows up on motion sensors but not cameras, or vice versa. There's no pattern." "There's always a pattern," Silas said. "We just haven't found it yet." That's when the power went out. Emergency lights kicked in, bathing everything in red. The computers rebooted automatically, but the monitors showed nothing but static. Outside, I could hear one of the perimeter alarms blaring. "Contact, north fence!" Martinez's voice crackled over the radio. "Something's out here. I can see— Jesus Christ, it's—" The radio went dead. Silas already had his rifle up, moving for the door. I followed, my heart hammering. Chen tried to follow, but Silas stopped her. "Stay here. Lock the doors. Don't open them for anyone unless you can verify it's actually us." "How?" she asked. "Ask us something only we would know. Something from before we got here." We burst out into the compound. The sun was setting, painting everything in shades of blood and gold. The north fence was about 300 yards away. I could see Martinez's position, but no sign of him or Washington. "Martinez, report," Silas barked into his radio. Nothing but static. We moved tactically, covering each other, weapons up. The fence line came into view. Martinez's rifle lay on the ground. His tactical vest, his boots, all arranged in a neat pile, like he'd carefully undressed and folded everything. But no Martinez. "Washington," I called out. "Here," came a voice from behind a recruitment shed. I spun, rifle aimed, and saw Washington emerge. He looked fine, completely normal, but Silas raised his weapon. "Stop right there," he ordered. "Sir?" Washington looked confused. "It's me." Something grabbed Martinez. "What was the last thing you ate before deployment?" Silas asked. Washington blinked. "What?" "Sir, we need to find Martinez. Answer the question, soldier." Silas fired. The bullet hit Washington's center mass. He stumbled back, looking down at the wound. No blood came out. Instead, the bullet hole simply closed, sealed itself, like water flowing back together.
Washington's face split into a smile that was too wide, showing too many teeth. His eyes rolled back until only the whites showed, and then those whites began to glow with a faint, sickly luminescence. "Oh," it said in Washington's voice, but wrong, like multiple voices speaking in harmony. "You're clever, better than the last ones." Then it ran, not like a human runs, but like something pretending to be human and not quite getting it right. Its limbs bent at wrong angles, propelling it forward at impossible speed. It hit the fence and went straight up, defying gravity, disappearing over the top into the gathering darkness. "Fall back," Silas ordered. Now we ran for the command center. Behind us, I could hear sounds in the darkness, footsteps that matched our rhythm exactly, breathing that echoed our own, and laughter, children's laughter coming from the empty barn. We made it inside. Chen slammed the door and threw the deadbolts. The scientists stared at us, pale and shaking. "It started," Silas said quietly. "It knows we're here, and now it's hunting us." Through the window, I could see shapes moving in the darkness. Sometimes they looked like wolves, sometimes like men, sometimes like things that had never been and should never be.
And somewhere out there, wearing Washington's face, was something that wanted us dead. We had 66 hours until extraction. I wasn't sure we'd last 66 minutes. The night was the worst part. We took turns on watch, 2 people at a time, while the others tried to sleep in the command center. But sleep was impossible. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the building settling sounded like footsteps, and the scratching. That horrible, persistent scratching at the walls, the windows, the doors. I was on watch with Silas from 0200 to 0400. The monitors showed nothing but static, cycling through different camera feeds. North fence static, south barn static, east gate static. The whole surveillance system was compromised. "Captain," I said quietly, not wanting to wake the others, "what the hell are we really dealing with?" Silas didn't look away from the window. He had positioned himself where he could see both the front approach and the side yard, rifle across his lap. In the red glow of the emergency lights, he looked older, exhausted. "Truth," he said, "I don't know. The files call it a skinwalker, but that's just a label, a way to categorize something that doesn't fit any category. The Utes call it the trickster. The Navajo call it Yinul Yushi. It goes on all fours. The scientists call it an unknown biological entity with reality warping capabilities." He finally looked at me. "I call it the thing that killed my brother." I waited. Silas clearly needed to talk. Michael was on the first military team sent here 5 years ago, before my time in SAD. He was Delta Force, the best of the best. They went in cocky, thinking they were hunting some kind of animal. Silas's jaw tightened. They found him 3 days later, or what was left of him. His body was in his bunk, but his head was on the roof. His hands were in the freezer, neatly labeled, and his dog tags were around the neck of a coyote they found sitting in the middle of the compound, just watching them. "Jesus," I whispered. "The coyote spoke to them," Silas continued, in Michael's voice. "Told them things only my brother would know. Family stories, classified mission details, everything. Then it laughed and ran off. They tried to shoot it, but their weapons jammed. Every single one." He finally turned to face me fully. "That's what we're dealing with. Something that doesn't just kill you. It takes you apart, studies you, and then wears you like a costume." A sound made us both freeze, scratching at the door. Then a voice, Martinez's voice. "Guys, I'm freezing out here. Please let me in." Chen sat up from where she'd been dozing at one of the desks. "Don't," she whispered. "That's not him." "I know," Silas said quietly. He raised his voice. "Martinez, what's the password?" "We didn't set a password, sir. Come on, it's me. Washington went crazy, but I got away. I've been hiding. Please." The voice was perfect. The desperation, the fear, the exhaustion, all Martinez. But Chen was already pulling up the thermal imaging on one of the computers that was still working. There was nothing outside the door. No heat signature at all. Martinez began to scream, not in pain, but in rage, a sound so loud and so wrong that it didn't seem possible for it to come from a human throat.
The door shook in its frame, the scratching intensified, and I could see the wood beginning to splinter. "Everyone back," Silas ordered, bringing his rifle to bear on the door. The scratching stopped. Silence. Then softly, a child's voice singing. I recognized the melody, "You are my sunshine," but the words were wrong, twisted. "You are my prey now, my only prey now. You make me hungry when skies are gray." "That's enough." Silas fired 3 rounds through the door. The singing stopped. We heard something heavy hit the porch. Then nothing. "Did you get it?" one of the scientists asked, a kid named Reeves who looked like he should still be in college. "No," Silas said flatly. "I just pissed it off." He was right. Over the next hour, the attacks escalated. Something threw itself against the windows hard enough to crack the reinforced glass. The security feeds flickered back to life, but they showed us things that couldn't be real. Martinez and Washington standing outside, smiling and waving. A perfect copy of Silas pointing at his own head and pulling an imaginary trigger. What looked like 100 people in the compound yard, all standing perfectly still, all wearing our faces. Then the feeds died again. At 0400, when the next watch shift was supposed to start, we discovered we were one person short. Dr. Chen did a head count. "Where's Reeves?" We searched the command center. It wasn't large, just the main room, a small kitchen, and 2 bathrooms, but Reeves was gone. The windows were locked from inside. The doors hadn't opened, but he'd vanished. "This is impossible," Chen said, her voice rising toward panic. "He was just here. We were all here. He didn't go anywhere." Silas grabbed her shoulders. "Stay calm, stay focused. Panicking is what it wants." But I could see the fear in his eyes too, because he was right. This was impossible. You can't defend against something that can take people from a locked room without opening doors or windows. "We need to consider the possibility that it's already in here," I said. "One of us might not be one of us." Everyone looked at everyone else with sudden suspicion. Chen backed away from Silas. The other scientist, a woman named Dr. Patel, raised her hands like she was surrendering. "Okay," Silas said. "New protocol. Everyone states their full name, rank if applicable, and something only they would know. Something from before we got here. I'll start. Captain Silas Monroe, Special Activities Division. My brother Michael was killed by the entity on this ranch 5 years ago. His last words to me were, 'Take care of Mom.'" He looked at me. I swallowed hard. "Staff Sergeant? Jake Reeves?" I stopped. "Wait, that's not right. That's the scientist's name. My name is—" I couldn't remember. I could see my wife's face. I could remember my training, but my own name was just gone, erased, like someone had reached into my brain and deleted it. "Stand down," Silas said, his rifle now pointed at my chest. "Slowly put your weapon on the floor." "It's me," I said, hearing the desperation in my voice, the same desperation that had been in Martinez's voice outside. "I'm me. I just can't remember my name. It took my name, but I'm still me." "Can you remember your wife's name?" Silas asked, his voice gentle but firm. I tried. I could see her face perfectly, the way she smiled, the sound of her laugh, but her name— "No," I whispered. "Then we have a problem," Silas said. Dr. Patel stepped forward. "Wait, if it was wearing him, would it admit to not remembering? The thing is a perfect mimic. It would just lie." Silas considered this. "Maybe, or maybe that's exactly what it wants us to think. So doubt, turn us against each other." "So what do we do?" Chen asked. Before anyone could answer, the power came back on. Full power. Every light in the compound blazed to life. The monitors showed crystal clear feeds from every camera. And on every screen, we saw the same thing. Reeves. The real Reeves. We assumed he was in the barn, tied to a support beam. He was alive, but screaming, thrashing against his bonds, and standing in front of him, wearing Washington's face, was the Skinwalker.
We watched as it circled Reeves slowly, almost playfully. Then it reached up and grabbed its own face and pulled. Washington's face came off like a mask.
Underneath was something else. Something that wasn't animal or human or anything that should exist. It was darkness and teeth and eyes that reflected light that wasn't there. It leaned close to Reeves and opened its mouth, its many mouths, and began to sing that horrible nursery rhyme again. "We need to get him," Chen said. "We can't just watch him die." "It's a trap," Silas said. "It wants us to come running." "He's one of ours," I said, surprised to find I still believed that mattered. Even if I couldn't remember my own name, I knew that much. We don't leave people behind. Silas looked at me for a long moment. Then he nodded. "Gear up, we go in fast. Extract Reeves and fall back. No heroics, no engaging unless absolutely necessary." Dr. Patel opened one of the weapons lockers and started distributing ammunition. Chen pulled up a map of the compound on her computer. "The barn has 2 entrances. If we split up..." "No splitting up," Silas cut her off. "That's suicide. We go together. We move as one unit." He checked his watch. "Dawn in 90 minutes. We wait until first light. It seems to be stronger in the dark." "Reeves might not have 90 minutes, I said. On the monitors, the skinwalker had stopped singing. It turned to face the camera directly, as if it knew we were watching. Then it smiled, an expression that no face should be able to make, and waved. The screens went dark again. "Fuck it," Silas said. "We go now." We moved in a tight formation across the compound. I was in the rear, walking backwards, covering our 6. The compound was dead silent. No wind, no insects, nothing. Just our breathing and the crunch of our boots on gravel. The barn was 50 yards away. 40. That's when we heard the screaming. Not Reeves. Multiple voices, dozens of them, all screaming in perfect harmony from inside the barn. "Contact front," Silas said, raising his rifle. The barn doors exploded outward. Not from any physical force. They just suddenly weren't there anymore. Replaced by a roiling darkness that seemed to eat the light from our flashlights. And from that darkness, things emerged. They looked human at first glance, but only at first glance. They moved wrong, joints bending in impossible ways. Their faces shifted and changed every few seconds. Martinez, Washington, Reeves, people I didn't recognize. Faces that might have been human once, but had been stretched and distorted. "Fire," Silas ordered. We opened up. I don't know how many rounds we fired. Dozens, hundreds. The things jerked and spasmed when the bullets hit them. But they didn't fall. They didn't bleed. They just kept coming, laughing with voices that sounded like static and screaming. "Fall back," Silas yelled. "Back to the command center." We ran. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. The things were following us, but they weren't running. They were flowing like liquid shadow, moving faster than anything had a right to move. Chen stumbled. I grabbed her arm, hauled her up, kept moving. Dr. Patel was screaming something about electromagnetic pulses and dimensional bleeding, but her words were lost in the chaos. We made it to the command center. Silas was the last one through the door, and he slammed it shut. We could hear them outside now, pressing against the walls, the windows, the roof. The whole building shook. "We're not going to make it, are we?" Chen said quietly. Before anyone could answer, my radio crackled to life. A voice came through, calm, professional, and utterly out of place. Command Center, this is Air Support Delta 9. We have you on thermal and are inbound to your location. ETA 3 minutes. Prepare for immediate extraction. Authorization code, Lazarus Protocol. Silas grabbed his radio. Delta 9, be advised the LZ is hot. Multiple hostiles. Unknown capabilities. Recommend extreme caution. Negative, Command Center. We're cleared for extreme prejudice. Get to the roof. We're coming in hot. The roof. The building had a flat roof with a helipad barely large enough for a Black Hawk, but possible if we could make it up there. Stairwells in the back, Chen said, but we'll have to go through the kitchen. The kitchen, where Reeves had vanished. No choice, Silas said. Move now.
We ran for the back of the building. I could hear the walls beginning to crack, to splinter. Whatever was outside was coming through. The door to the kitchen hung open, darkness beyond. Silas went through first, rifle up, flashlight cutting through the dark. The kitchen looked normal at first. Table, chairs, refrigerator. Then I saw the walls. They were covered in writing. Thousands of words scratched into every surface, some in English, some in languages I didn't recognize. Names, dates, equations, and repeated over and over. Help us. We are still inside it. Where's us? It knows us. We are still screaming. Keep moving, Silas said, but I could hear the horror in his voice. The refrigerator door swung open. Inside, perfectly arranged, on the shelves, were faces. Human faces, preserved somehow. All their eyes still open. All watching us. Dr. Patel threw up. Chen made a sound like a wounded animal, and I saw on the middle shelf my own face looking back at me. Go, Silas roared, shoving us toward the stairs. We ran up. Behind us, I could hear the things finally breaking through, the sound of wood splintering and glass shattering, voices chanting in that horrible harmony. The roof access was a metal door, padlocked. Silas shot the lock off and kicked it open. Cold night air rushed in, along with the beautiful sound of helicopter rotors. The Black Hawk was hovering overhead, spotlight illuminating the roof. The crew chief was already lowering the rescue basket. Go, 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 Silas yelled. Chen went first, then Dr. Patel. I helped them into the basket, and the crew chief hauled them up. Behind us, something was coming up the stairs. I could see its shadow, impossibly long, impossibly wrong, stretching across the roof toward us. Your turn, Silas said to me. Together, I said. There's no time. Get in the basket, sir. He shoved me in and gave the signal to lift. As the basket rose, I looked down and saw Silas standing alone on the roof. The door had burst open. Things were pouring out. Dozens of them, hundreds maybe, all wearing faces I recognized and faces I didn't. And Silas just stood there, rifle raised, and opened fire. The last thing I saw before the Black Hawk banked away was the roof collapsing, taking Silas and all those things down into the darkness below. We were debriefed at a facility that officially doesn't exist. Chen and Dr. Patel were separated from me almost immediately. I never saw them again. I spent 3 days being interviewed by people who never gave me their names, answering the same questions over and over. What did I see? What did it look like? What did it say? Could it be killed? I answered as best I could, but the truth was, I didn't know. I still don't. They told me Silas's body was never recovered. The entire compound was burned to the ground, then buried under 50 feet of concrete. The official story is that it was a chemical spill cleanup. They gave me a new identity. a new name to replace the one the Skinwalker took from me. They gave me a pension and a small house far from Utah, and they made it very clear that if I ever spoke about what happened, I would disappear just as completely as the ranch did. But sometimes late at night, I get a phone call. No number on the caller ID, just static when I answer. And in that static, I can hear voices. Martinez, Washington, Reeves, Silas. We're still here, they whisper. Still inside it. It wears us. It knows what we know. It sees what we see. And then always the same question. What's your name? I hang up. I never answer, because I'm not sure anymore if the man who came back from Skinwalker Ranch is the same man who went in. I look in mirrors and wonder if the face looking back is really mine. I have a wife. I can see her face, hear her voice, but I still can't remember her name. She doesn't seem to notice. Or maybe she's not her anymore either. Sometimes I think we're all wearing each other now, that the Skinwalker let us go not because we escaped, but because we're more useful out here. Seeds planted in the world, waiting to bloom. The nightmares are the worst. I dream that I'm back on that ranch, back in that barn, and I see Reeds tied to the beam, and I know I need to save him. But when I get close, I realize it's not Reeves at all. It's me, tied up and screaming, watching myself walk toward myself, wearing my own face, reaching up to pull it off like a mask. And underneath, nothing, just more masks, masks all the way down. 3 months after the extraction, I received an unmarked envelope. Inside was a single photograph. It showed Skinwalker Ranch, or what was left of it, just a flat expanse of concrete under a gray sky. But if you looked closely at the corner of the photo, you could see him, Silas, standing at the edge of the frame, half in shadow, watching the camera, smiling. On the back of the photo, written in what I recognized as his handwriting, were 4 words. It knows your name. I burned the photo immediately, but I can't burn the knowledge that somewhere in that concrete tomb, or walking the streets of our cities, or maybe sitting in this house with me right now, something is still hunting. And it will never stop. Because that's what Skinwalkers do. They hunt, they take, they wear, and eventually they come for everyone. By 2018, my friend Jake and I had been hiking companions for nearly a decade. We had traversed the dense forests of Washington and Oregon together, endured the scorching heat of southwestern deserts, and conquered the challenging peaks of the Sierra Nevada side by side. Our experiences had forged a deep trust between us, the kind that develops only through shared hardships and triumphs in remote wilderness areas. After years of exploring familiar territories, we craved something more demanding, more isolated, more primal. That's when Jake suggested the Frank Church River of No Return Wilderness, or simply the Frank, as seasoned outdoorsmen call it. Located in Idaho and spanning over 2 million acres, it represents one of the largest contiguous wilderness areas in the continental United States. The name itself carried an ominous weight that should have been our first warning. It's the real deal, Jake said one evening as we studied maps in my apartment. No cell service, minimal ranger patrols, and terrain so rough that most tourists never go beyond the first few miles of marked trails. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as his finger traced potential routes across the topographic lines.
we'd have the place practically to ourselves. I studied the map, noting the vast distances between access points, the dramatic elevation changes, and the numerous river crossings. It looks intense, I admitted, much more isolated than anything we've done before. That's precisely the point, Jake responded, leaning back in his chair with a smile that revealed both confidence and challenge. Are you getting hesitant? Because I can always ask someone else. That subtle provocation was all it took. 3 weeks later, we were methodically packing our gear for what would become the most harrowing experience of my life. The evening before our departure, I stood in my living room, surrounded by equipment. Ultralight tent, sub-zero sleeping bag, water filtration system, first aid supplies, topographic maps, compass, GPS unit, dried foods, cooking equipment, and clothing for all weather conditions. Everything had been meticulously selected, balancing weight against necessity. I recalled the warnings I'd read online about the Frank, stories of experienced hikers who had disappeared, accounts of sudden weather changes that trapped people for days, and tales of encounters with wildlife that ended badly. Warnings that I had dismissed as exaggerations designed to keep novices away. That night, I barely slept. An inexplicable unease had settled in my chest. Not the usual pre-adventure excitement, but something darker, more foreboding. In retrospect, perhaps it was intuition trying to warn me, but I ignored it, attributing the sensation to normal pre-trip anxiety. Dawn brought clarity and determination. We loaded my Subaru Outback, secured the roof rack, and began the long journey northward from California into Idaho's rugged interior. The drive took nearly 2 days, the landscape gradually transforming from the familiar to the foreign. Civilization thinned out as we progressed, small towns giving way to isolated gas stations, then to nothing but wilderness. By late afternoon of the second day, we arrived at a small graveled trailhead near the middle fork of the Salmon River.
A weathered wooden sign displayed a crude map of the area, along with faded warnings about bear activity and current fire restrictions. The parking area was empty, except for a single dusty pickup truck at the far end. "Looks like we have the place to ourselves," Jake observed, stretching after the long drive. His voice carried an edge of satisfaction that I initially mistook for simple enthusiasm. We unloaded our packs, performed final equipment checks, and locked the car. I remember hesitating, looking back at the vehicle, our last connection to the world we were leaving behind. For a moment, I considered suggesting we postpone, start smaller, perhaps try a less remote section. But pride silenced my concerns. As we shouldered our packs and took our first steps onto the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I glanced toward the pickup truck, but saw no one. The only witnesses to our departure were the ancient pines that towered above, their branches swaying gently in the afternoon breeze. "Ready for the best hike of your life?" Jake asked, already several paces ahead. I forced a smile. "Born ready." Neither of us could have anticipated what the Frank had in store for us. The first day progressed without incident. We maintained a steady pace along a well-marked trail that wound through dense pine forest. The air was crisp and fragrant, with the scent of evergreens and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. We covered approximately 8 miles before making camp near a clear, gurgling creek. The routine was familiar.
Jake set up the tent while I filtered water and prepared a simple meal of dehydrated chili. We ate in comfortable silence, occasionally commenting on the day's hike or pointing out wildlife. That first night in the wilderness was peaceful, almost deceptively so. The stars blazed overhead in numbers I'd forgotten existed, their light undimmed by urban pollution. I fell asleep to the gentle sounds of water flowing over stone and wind whispering through pine needles. The second day brought more challenging terrain. The trail narrowed and began to climb, switchbacking up ridges and descending into valleys. The underbrush thickened, sometimes encroaching on the path until we had to push through tangled vegetation. Conversation dwindled as we focused on negotiating the increasingly difficult landscape. By late afternoon, we had penetrated deeper into the wilderness than either of us had anticipated. The marked trail had become less distinct, occasionally disappearing entirely before reappearing several yards ahead. At times, we relied on cairns, small stacks of rocks placed by previous hikers to guide our way. "We're making good time," Jake remarked during a brief water break. He studied our position on the map, tracing our progress with his finger. "Another day like this, and we'll reach the canyon overlook. The views there are supposed to be incredible." I nodded, conserving energy. My legs ached from the day's exertion, but it was a satisfying discomfort, the kind that comes from pushing physical limits in pursuit of something worthwhile. That evening, we pitched our tent on a relatively flat area, protected by a stand of ancient cedar trees. The location offered a partial view of the valley below, now bathed in the golden light of sunset. We boiled water for our freeze-dried meals, the steam rising in the cooling air. Jake seemed unusually quiet during dinner, his gaze repeatedly drawn to the deeper wilderness that extended beyond our campsite. When I asked what was on his mind, he simply shrugged and said, "Just thinking about tomorrow's route." But there was something in his expression, a tension around his eyes, a slight furrow between his brows that suggested more was at work than simple route planning. I slept fitfully that night, awakening several times to unfamiliar sounds, the distant howl of a wolf, the sudden snap of a branch, and once what sounded like voices carried on the wind, though I had dismissed this as the product of dreams blending with reality. The third day dawned gray and cool, with low clouds obscuring the mountain peaks. We ate a quick breakfast of instant oatmeal and coffee, packed up our gear, and resumed our journey.
The trail had become increasingly difficult to follow, sometimes disappearing completely beneath fallen trees or washed-out sections. Around midday, Jake stopped abruptly and turned to me with an expression that combined excitement with something else, something almost predatory. "I'm thinking we should go off-trail," he suggested, gesturing toward a densely wooded area to our right. "The real Frank is out there, not on these tourist paths." I hesitated. Going off-trail meant abandoning the security of a marked route, relying instead on our navigation skills and equipment. It meant entering territory where help, if needed, would be significantly harder to find. "Are you sure that's wise?" I asked, scanning the imposing forest. "We're already pretty deep in." Jake's expression hardened slightly. "I thought you wanted an adventure. If you're
scared, we can stick to the kitty trail." His words stung, as they were meant to. We had been friends long enough for him to know exactly how to provoke me. I knew I was being manipulated, but pride overrode caution. "Lead the way," I said, adjusting my pack straps. Jake grinned and immediately veered off the trail, plunging into the thick underbrush. I followed, pushing aside branches and ducking under low-hanging limbs. The change was immediate and disorienting. Without the trail as reference, the forest seemed to close in around us. Trees grew closer together, their trunks wider than my shoulders, their roots creating a chaotic maze across the forest floor. Moss draped everything, muffling sound and dimming the already subdued daylight. The ground underfoot became a spongy carpet that sometimes gave way unexpectedly. Our progress slowed considerably. We had to navigate around fallen trees, deep ravines, and dense thicket. The visibility was poor, rarely extending beyond 50 yards in any direction. More than once I found myself turned around, temporarily losing sight of Jake and feeling a surge of panic before locating him again. The air grew heavier, filled with the rich scent of decay and growth, the smell of a forest largely untouched by human presence. Birds called from unseen perches, their voices strange and somehow ominous in the filtered light. After perhaps 2 hours of this challenging travel, Jake suddenly stopped, his head tilted slightly as if listening. I paused beside him, my breath coming in controlled gasps from the exertion. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. At first, I heard nothing beyond our breathing and the ambient sounds of the forest. Then it reached me, a low, steady hum, distinctly mechanical and completely out of place in this wilderness setting. We exchanged glances, but said nothing. By unspoken agreement, we moved toward the sound, curiosity overriding caution. The hum grew louder as we pushed forward, eventually resolving into what I recognized as distorted music, heavy and aggressive, with screaming vocals barely discernible beneath layers of electronic distortion. After a few minutes of careful progress, we broke through a thicket of young saplings and found ourselves facing the source of the sound. A concrete bunker partially sunken into a low rise, its steel door hanging slightly ajar. The concrete exterior was covered in bizarre symbols, circles, zigzags, and lines that formed no recognizable pattern. The music emanated from within the partially open door, heavy and violent. "Should we check it out?" Jake asked, his voice carrying an undercurrent of excitement that alarmed me. "Are you insane?" I hissed. "We have no idea who's in there or what they're doing." The sensible course of action was obvious. Retreat quietly and continue our journey, perhaps reporting the location to rangers once we returned to civilization. But as we stood there, I realized a disturbing truth. Part of me wanted to look inside,
to solve the mystery of this anomalous structure in the middle of nowhere.
Before we could decide, fate intervened. A sudden gust of wind carried the scent of cigarette smoke to us. Someone was outside the bunker, possibly watching us right now. I caught Jake's eye and tilted my head back in the direction we had come. He nodded, understanding immediately. We turned and began to retreat, moving as quietly as possible through the underbrush. We had covered perhaps a few hundred yards when the forest around us changed. It wasn't anything I could pinpoint immediately, not a sound or a sight, but a feeling, as if the air itself had become charged with hostile intent. "We're being followed," Jake whispered, voicing what I already suspected. We quickened our pace, no longer concerned with stealth, but with putting distance between ourselves and the bunker. Branches scraped against my arms and face as I pushed through the dense vegetation. We were discussing who would build such a structure in this remote location when two figures materialized from the trees ahead as if they had been waiting for us. They wore full camouflage gear with balaclavas concealing their faces. Each held what appeared to be an AK-style rifle, barrels currently pointed downward but gripped with obvious readiness. My entire body tensed as Jake and I stopped, frozen in place. For several heartbeats, nobody moved. The only sound was our labored breathing and the distant thump of music from the bunker behind us. Then, one of the men raised his rifle, pointing it directly at us. "On your knees," he commanded, his voice flat and emotionless. As Jake glanced at me, his hands were moving toward the straps of his backpack. In that moment, I realized we were in genuine danger. These weren't park rangers or even ordinary hunters. The remoteness of our location, the hidden bunker, the concealed faces, everything pointed to people who operated outside the law. As I slowly raised my hands, Jake made his move. In one fluid motion, he unclipped his pack, let it drop to the ground, and bolted to the right, disappearing into the trees. The sudden action broke my paralysis. I released my own pack straps and ran after him, zigzagging between tree trunks. A shot cracked through the air, deafeningly loud in the confined space of the forest. Bark exploded from a tree to my left, showering me with splinters. I ducked instinctively, but kept running, my lungs burning and heart hammering against my ribs. Behind me, I heard someone shouting, "Cease fire! We need them alive!" The words sent a wave of terror through me, more potent than the gunfire. Whatever these men wanted us for, it wasn't something I was willing to discover. More shots followed, lower now, kicking up dirt around my feet. They were aiming to wound, to slow us down, to capture rather than kill. This realization propelled me forward with renewed desperation. Jake was ahead of me, weaving through the trees with the agility of someone whose life depended on it, which it did. I matched his pace, grateful for the years of hiking that had conditioned my body for this kind of sustained exertion. The gunfire eventually stopped, but we continued running until our legs threatened to give out. When we finally stopped, both of us were gasping for breath, bodies trembling from adrenaline and exertion. "I think we lost them," Jake managed between gulps of air, leaning against a tree for support. We listened intently, hearing nothing but the natural sounds of the forest and our own ragged breathing. No footsteps, no voices, no gunfire. But the absence of pursuit offered little comfort given our new reality.
We were now deep in wilderness territory without our packs, which meant no food, no shelter, no maps, and no emergency equipment. As the initial surge of adrenaline faded, the gravity of our situation began to sink in. We were truly alone, truly vulnerable, and night was approaching. The first night without our equipment was an exercise in misery. As darkness enveloped the forest, the temperature dropped rapidly. Without sleeping bags or tent, we were at the mercy of the elements.
We huddled against a fallen log, pulling our jackets tightly around us in a futile attempt to conserve body heat. Hunger gnawed at my stomach, but thirst was the more immediate concern. We had found a small stream before nightfall and drunk our fill, but without containers to carry water, we would need to locate new sources regularly. Sleep came in brief, troubled intervals. Every sound, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the cracking of branches under the weight of nocturnal creatures jolted me awake, convinced that our pursuers had found us. In the darkness, my imagination populated the shadows with armed men creeping closer, their rifles aimed at our sleeping forms. Jake seemed equally vigilant. We spoke little, each lost in private calculations of survival and escape. Dawn brought a bone-deep chill and renewed awareness of our hunger. We found a bush with small berries that Jake identified as safe to eat. They were sour and barely ripe, staining our fingers purple as we picked them, but they provided minimal sustenance. "We need to keep moving south," Jake said, studying the position of the morning sun through gaps in the canopy. "That's our best chance of reaching the trailhead." I nodded, too exhausted for conversation. My head throbbed with a dull, persistent ache, and my mouth felt dry despite having drunk water recently. The first signs of dehydration I recognized, not severe yet, but concerning nonetheless. We walked all day, stopping only to drink from streams and forage what edible plants we could find. The forest stretched endlessly around us, trees so numerous and similar that progress felt illusory. Were we actually moving towards safety or merely wandering in circles? Without maps or GPS, certainty was impossible. By evening, blisters had formed on my feet, each step becoming increasingly painful. Jake wasn't faring much better. I noticed him wincing whenever he put weight on his right ankle. We found shelter under an overhanging rock formation. Not ideal, but better than complete exposure. The night was clear, allowing the temperature to drop even lower than the previous evening. We couldn't risk a fire that might attract our pursuers, so we endured the cold, shivering violently as darkness settled around us. "Who do you think they were?" I asked, breaking the long silence. Jake stared into the darkness. "Militia, maybe, or drug operations. This area is perfect for anyone wanting to stay off the grid. What would they have done if they'd caught us?" He turned to me, his expression grim in the faint moonlight. "Let's be grateful we didn't find out." I fell into an uneasy sleep, dreaming of men in masks dragging us back to their bunker, down into darkness, where the pounding music never stopped. I awoke multiple times, heart racing, convinced I'd heard footsteps approaching. The third day brought weakness and disorientation. My vision occasionally blurred at the edges, and standing too quickly caused dizziness.
We found more berries and some edible roots, but our bodies were operating at a severe caloric deficit. "We need protein," Jake muttered, scanning the forest floor for signs of small game and fat. "We can't keep going like this." But we had no weapons, no traps, no means of hunting. We trudged onward, each step requiring conscious effort. Conversation dwindled to essential communication only, warnings about difficult terrain ahead, notifications of water sources, brief consultations about direction. The forest had transformed from a place of adventure to one of menace. Every shadow concealed potential threats. Every unexpected sound triggered a surge of adrenaline. The wild, which had once been our playground, had become our prison. Late in the afternoon, Jake suddenly stopped, raising his hand for silence. I froze, straining to hear what had caught his attention. "Engine," he whispered, pointing to our right. At first, I heard nothing. Then it reached me. The distant but unmistakable sound of a motor vehicle. It could mean salvation or danger. There was no way to know which was which. We moved cautiously toward the sound, pushing through dense underbrush until we emerged onto a narrow dirt road, little more than a rutted track cutting through the trees, but unmistakably man-made. Civilization, I breathed, feeling a surge of hope for the first time in days. Jake nodded, but his expression remained cautious. Could be anyone's road.
Might lead to a ranger station. Might lead back to them. We debated briefly before deciding to follow the road. Even if it didn't lead directly to safety, it would eventually connect to larger roads and ultimately to people who could help us. We walked for perhaps an hour, staying just inside the tree line rather than on the exposed road itself, a compromise between making good time and maintaining caution. The road curved and dipped, following the natural contours of the land. As we rounded a bend, a small wooden structure came into view, a ranger station, its windows glowing with warm light in the fading day. A pickup truck with National Park Service markings was parked outside. Relief flooded through me so powerfully that my knees nearly buckled. Jake placed a steadying hand on my shoulder, his own expression revealing the same profound emotion. "We made it," he said simply. We approached the ranger station slowly, aware of our appearance, filthy, scratched, clothes torn, faces gaunt from hunger and exhaustion. The ranger who opened the door took one look at us and immediately ushered us inside. "Good Lord, what happened to you boys?" he asked, already moving to pour coffee and retrieve first aid supplies. He was an older man with a gray beard and weathered face, his uniform bearing the faded patch of someone who had served in the wilderness for decades. His name tag identified him as Ranger Wilson. As we sipped hot coffee with trembling hands, we recounted our experience. The bunker, the strange symbols, the armed men who had pursued us, our desperate flight through the forest without supplies. Wilson listened without interruption, his expression growing increasingly grave. When we finished, he picked up his radio and contacted local police, providing our location and a brief summary of our story. Then he turned back to us. "You're lucky to be alive," he said simply. "That area has a history of problems." "What kind of problems?" Jake asked. Wilson sighed, seeming to weigh how much to tell us. "The Frank is big, too big to patrol effectively.
Over the years, it's attracted people who want to disappear. Some are just off-grid types, harmless enough. Others are more dangerous. Militia groups, survivalists with extreme views, even criminal operations. And the authorities just let them stay out there? I asked incredulously. It's complicated, Wilson replied. Limited resources, jurisdictional issues. Sometimes we know generally where these groups are operating, but without specific evidence of criminal activity, there's not much that can be done. And when there is evidence, mounting an operation in terrain like this is extremely difficult and dangerous. 2 police officers arrived about an hour later. They took our statements, their expressions professional but skeptical in a way that suggested they'd heard similar stories before. They promised to send rangers to investigate the bunker location based on our best attempt to describe its position. We spent the night at the ranger station, sleeping on cots that felt luxurious after our nights on the forest floor. In the morning, the police returned with news. The rangers had found the bunker, but it was empty. No people, no equipment, just the concrete structure with its bizarre symbols scratched into the walls. Our backpacks were nowhere to be found. These groups are mobile, one officer explained. They probably cleared out as soon as they realized there were witnesses in the area. They'll likely relocate to another section of the wilderness. The implication was clear. They were still out there, just somewhere else now. The thought sent a chill through me despite the warmth of the ranger station. After providing us with meals and basic medical attention for our various minor injuries, Ranger Wilson drove us back to our car at the trailhead. It sat exactly as we had left it, a surreal reminder of how dramatically our circumstances had changed in just a few days. The drive home was largely silent. Jake stared out the passenger window, his expression unreadable. I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white, replaying events in my mind, questioning decisions, wondering about alternative outcomes.
The wilderness that had once been a source of joy and escape had revealed a darker aspect. A reminder that not all dangers in the wild come from nature itself. The physical recovery came quickly. Within a week, the blisters had healed, the scratches had faded, and the persistent ache of hunger had become a distant memory. The psychological aftermath proved more enduring. I found myself startling at unexpected sounds, even in the safety of my apartment. Sleep became elusive, disrupted by dreams of pursuit through endless forests or of masked men dragging me into darkened bunkers. During waking hours, I was hyper-vigilant, constantly scanning for threats that weren't there. Jake and I spoke infrequently in the weeks following our return. When we did talk, our conversations were superficial, deliberately avoiding discussion of what had happened in the Frank Churchy. It was as if acknowledging the experience would somehow make it more real, more present in our lives. 1 month after our return, Jake called unexpectedly late one evening. "I've been doing some research," he said without preamble, "about the Frank Churchy and the symbols we saw." I felt a tightening in my chest. "Why? It's over. We got lucky. Best to leave it behind us." "Is it, though?" His voice had an intensity that alarmed me.
Don't you want to understand what we stumbled into? Not particularly, I replied, though this wasn't entirely true. Despite my attempts to move forward, questions lingered in my mind. Who were those men? What purpose did the bunker serve? What did the symbols mean? But pursuing answers seemed dangerous, a path leading back toward experiences I was trying to forget. I found something, Jake continued, ignoring my reluctance. Those symbols, they're used by a group called the Covenant of the Sacred Earth. They're an extreme survivalist cult with apocalyptic beliefs. They think society is on the verge of collapse and are preparing for what they call the Great Cleansing. How do you know this? I asked, unsettled by both the information and Jake's apparent obsession with it. Internet forums, news archives, academic papers on domestic extremism. It took some digging, but the patterns match. The symbols, the remote location, the armed security, it all fits their profile. I remained silent, unsure how to respond. Part of me wanted to end the conversation, to hang up and pretend that our experience had been an isolated incident, a random encounter with danger that held no larger significance. Another part recognized that understanding might be the only path to true recovery. "There's more," Jake said into my silence. "According to some sources, they're involved in weapons trafficking, possibly even human trafficking. They use the wilderness as a staging ground, a place where they can operate outside of government oversight." "Did you tell the police about this?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. I tried. They took my statement, but didn't seem particularly interested. One officer basically patted me on the head and suggested I was connecting dots that weren't there. "Maybe you are," I suggested gently. "We were under extreme stress. Trauma can make people see patterns." "I'm not imagining this," Jake interrupted, his voice sharp. "I know what I saw, what we saw. These people are dangerous, and they're operating right under everyone's noses." The conversation ended shortly thereafter, with Jake promising to send me links to his research, and me promising half-heartedly to review them. After hanging up, I sat in my darkened apartment, a subtle tremor in my hands as memories I'd been suppressing threatened to resurface. I didn't look at Jake's research when it arrived in my email the next day. Instead, I archived the message, telling myself I would examine it when I felt ready, a time I secretly suspected would never come. 2 weeks later, Jake called again. This time, his voice was hushed, almost conspiratorial. "I think I'm being watched," he said without greeting. "What?" I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. "There's been a car parked across from my apartment for 3 days, different people inside, but always the same car, and I've noticed someone following me when I go out." "Jake, listen to yourself," I urged. "This sounds paranoid. Maybe you should talk to someone, a professional." "I'm not paranoid," he snapped. "They know we saw them. They know we can identify their location. We're loose ends. The Rangers said the bunker was empty when they checked. They've moved on, Jake. They don't care about us. That's what they want you to think." His voice had taken on a feverish quality that alarmed me. "I'm going back." "You're what?" I nearly shouted. "I'm going back to the Frank. I need evidence, concrete proof of what's happening out there. Photos, recording, something the authorities can't ignore." "That's insane," I said, genuine fear rising within me.
We barely escaped with our lives last time. You can't seriously be considering going back, especially alone?" "I'm not asking for your permission," Jake replied coldly. "I'm telling you because you were there. You saw what I saw. I thought you might understand." "What I understand is that you're not thinking clearly," I insisted. "Whatever is out there, it's not worth risking your life over." "Some things are bigger than individual safety," he said. "If what I suspect is true, people are being hurt, maybe killed. I can't just pretend I don't know that." No amount of reasoning could dissuade him. The conversation ended with Jake promising to contact me when he returned, an assurance that did nothing to alleviate my growing dread. 3 days later, I received a text from Jake. "Heading in tomorrow. We'll be out of contact for approximately 1 week. If you don't hear from me by the 17th, contact Detective Rivera at Idaho State Police. I've left a sealed envelope with my research and coordinates with my sister." I immediately called him, but the call went straight to voicemail. I left a message begging him to reconsider, then tried his sister, only to learn that he had already left Idaho Falls that morning, headed for the same trailhead where our ordeal had begun. The following week was torture. I checked my phone obsessively, slept poorly, and found myself unable to focus on work or normal activities. On the evening of the 17th, with no word from Jake, I faced a decision: honor his request to contact the police, potentially involving myself in whatever trouble he had courted, or respect his choice and allow him the autonomy to face the consequences of his actions. In the end, conscience overrode caution. I called Detective Rivera and relayed Jake's message. The detective listened patiently, asked for details about our previous experience, and promised to look into the matter. His tone was professional, but non-committal, the response of someone who had heard many such reports and found most to be unfounded. 3 days later, I received a call from Idaho State Police. They had found Jake's car at the trailhead, but no sign of Jake himself. A search operation was being organized. I flew to Idaho the next day, driven by guilt and a desperate hope that my presence might somehow aid in the search. I spoke with search and rescue teams, provided detailed descriptions of our previous route, and waited in agony for news. The search lasted 5 days before being scaled back. No trace of Jake was found. No equipment, no clothing, no signs of distress or struggle. It was as if the forest had simply swallowed him. Most of the search team believed he had become lost or injured in the vast wilderness, a tragic but not uncommon occurrence. Only Detective Rivera seemed to give any credence to the story of armed men and hidden bunkers, and even his interest seemed professional rather than convinced. People disappear in the wild for mundane reasons far more often than dramatic ones. Exposure, falls, animal encounters, these claim more lives than human malice. I wanted to believe him. I needed to believe him. The alternative, that Jake had been right, that he had been taken by the same people who had pursued us, was too horrific to contemplate. I returned home eventually, leaving contact information with local authorities in case new developments arose. Weeks passed, then months. Jake's family held a memorial service, though his body had not been recovered. I attended, hollow-eyed and distant, unable to share with them the full truth of what might have happened to their son and brother.
In private moments, I sometimes revisited the archived email containing Jake's research. Each time, my finger hovered over it, trembling slightly, before I closed the application without opening the message.
Whatever truths it contained, I wasn't ready to face them. A year passed. The police officially classified Jake as a missing person, presumed deceased due to wilderness mishap. His case remained open but inactive. Life continued as it must. I no longer hiked. The very thought of entering even a local nature preserve triggered anxiety so intense it left me gasping for breath. The wilderness had been transformed in my mind from a place of refuge to one of concealed dangers and lurking malice. Sometimes in the liminal space between wakefulness and sleep, I imagined Jake alone in the forest, pursued by masked men with rifles, calling my name as darkness closed around him. In these moments, I would startle fully awake, drenched in sweat, reaching for a phone to call for help that would never arrive in time. Other nights I dreamed of the bunker, its door now fully open, revealing stairs that descended into impenetrable darkness. From that darkness, music thumped relentlessly, accompanied by sounds I couldn't or wouldn't identify. In these dreams, I stood at the threshold, knowing that Jake was somewhere below, waiting for me to find him, to save him. But I never entered. I always woke before taking that step. The rational part of my mind understood that these were manifestations of survivor's guilt, my psyche's attempt to process trauma and loss. But rationality offered little comfort in the dark hours when memories of those 3 days in the Frank returned with visceral intensity. 18 months after Jake's disappearance, I received an unexpected email from a journalist named Rebecca Weaver. She was writing a series of articles on missing persons cases in national wilderness areas and wanted to discuss Jake's story. My initial instinct was to ignore the message. I had already declined numerous interview requests from local news outlets and true crime podcasts, but something in her approach seemed different, more substantive than sensational. After several days of consideration, I agreed to meet her at a coffee shop near my apartment. Rebecca proved to be serious and well prepared with a stack of notes and a recorder she asked permission to use. She had already interviewed Jake's family and several members of the search team, she explained, and had reviewed the official reports. "What most interests me about your friend's case," she said, after preliminary introductions, "is the discrepancy between the official explanation and certain details that don't quite fit the standard lost hiker narrative." "What details?" I asked cautiously. For one, Jake was an experienced outdoorsman who had successfully navigated challenging wilderness before. For another, he left behind what appears to be extensive research into extremist groups operating in the Frank Church wilderness. And then there's your initial report about armed men and a bunker, a report that was largely dismissed by authorities. I stared at her, feeling a complex mix of emotions, surprise that she had uncovered Jake's research, relief that someone was taking the more troubling aspects of his disappearance seriously, and renewed fear at the prospect of revisiting those experiences. "I don't know what Jake told you," I began carefully, "but our encounter in the Frank was—" I hesitated, searching for words that wouldn't make me sound delusional.
Traumatic, Rebecca suggested gently. Unexplainable, potentially criminal. All of those, I admitted, but mainly dismissed. Everyone seemed to think we were exaggerating or confused about what we saw. I don't think you were, Rebecca said, leaning forward slightly. In fact, I found evidence that supports your account. She opened a folder and removed several photographs, placing them carefully on the table between us. They showed various wilderness locations, each containing structures similar to the bunker we had encountered, partially concealed concrete installations with steel doors. Some displayed the same bizarre symbols we had seen. These were taken at different locations throughout Idaho, Montana, and eastern Washington, Rebecca explained. All on public land, all off the grid, all unauthorized. I stared at the images, feeling a cold weight settle in my stomach. What are they?
According to my sources, they're outposts of several related extremist groups, militias, survivalists, apocalyptic cults. They use the wilderness as a base of operations precisely because it's so difficult to monitor and patrol. And the authorities know about these? I asked, struggling to process what she was showing me. Some they know about, others they don't. Resources for wilderness law enforcement are stretched incredibly thin, and many of these structures are temporary, used for a few months, then abandoned when there's any hint of official interest. She pulled out another document. This one appearing to be an internal report from a law enforcement agency, though specific identifying information had been redacted. According to this source, there's been increased activity in the region over the past 3 years. Weapons stockpiling, paramilitary training, and possibly involvement in human trafficking. Specifically, the transportation of individuals across remote border sections into Canada. Human trafficking, I echoed, remembering what Jake had said during our last conversation. Rebecca nodded grimly. Primarily labor trafficking, moving people who are then forced to work in illegal operations across the border, but also some cases involving... She paused, seemingly reluctant to continue. Involving what? I pressed. Ritual abuse, she said quietly. Some of these groups have extreme religious or ideological beliefs that include initiatory violence. The coffee shop suddenly felt too warm, too confined. I loosened my collar, trying to maintain composure as memories of the bunker and the masked men collided with these new revelations. I think Jake may have stumbled onto something significant during his research, Rebecca continued. Something that made him dangerous to these groups, and I think that's why he disappeared. If what you're saying is true, I began, my voice sounding distant to my own ears, then why hasn't there been a serious investigation? Why was his case so quickly classified as just another wilderness accident? Rebecca sighed, gathering the photographs and returning them to her folder. That's what I'm trying to find out. It could be simple jurisdictional confusion or resource limitations, or the inherent difficulty in investigating crimes in such remote areas. Or what? Or there could be more deliberate reasons for the lack of official interest. Her expression was carefully neutral as she said this, but her implication was clear. You're suggesting corruption? Official protection of these groups?
The idea seemed fantastical, like something from a conspiracy thriller rather than real life. "I'm not suggesting anything specific yet," Rebecca replied. "I'm gathering information, following leads, looking for patterns. That's why I wanted to speak with you, to hear directly about what you and Jake experienced without the filter of official reports." I spent the next 2 hours recounting everything in excruciating detail. The bunker, the symbols, the armed men, our escape, and later Jake's growing obsession with understanding what we had encountered. Rebecca listened intently, occasionally asking clarifying questions, but mostly allowing me to tell the story at my own pace. When I finished, she thanked me and provided her contact information, encouraging me to reach out if I remembered additional details or had concerns about my safety. "What exactly are you planning to do with this information?" I asked as we prepared to leave. "Write the most comprehensive and accurate article I can. Shine light on something that's been kept in darkness for too long." "Isn't that dangerous? If these groups are as violent as you suggest?" She smiled slightly, though her eyes remained serious. "Journalism always involves some risk when the subject matter is significant, but I take precautions, and the public deserves to know what's happening in our public lands." As we parted ways, Rebecca made one final comment that would haunt me in the weeks to come. "Your friend Jake was brave. Foolish, perhaps, but brave. He recognized something important, that silence in the face of evil is a form of complicity." I returned home unsettled, my carefully constructed sense of normalcy shaken by the conversation. For months, I had managed to compartmentalize my experience in the Frank, to treat it as an isolated incident best forgotten.
Rebecca's investigation suggested a much larger, more systemic issue, one that had claimed Jake and potentially many others. That night, I finally opened the archived email containing Jake's research. What I found was disturbing in its thoroughness. Maps marking suspected locations of hidden facilities, timelines of known disappearances in the region, photographs taken from public records of individuals believed to be involved in extremist activities, and detailed analyses of the symbols we had seen, tracing their origins through various apocalyptic ideologies. Jake had been building a case, methodical and comprehensive, and it had likely gotten him killed. I forwarded the entire file to Rebecca, along with a brief message. "Jake would have wanted you to have this. Be careful." Her reply came hours later. "Thank you. This helps confirm several connections I've been tracking. I promise to use it responsibly. And yes, I'm always careful." 2 weeks passed without further communication. I returned to my routine, though thoughts of Jake and the bunker intruded more frequently now, stirred by the conversation with Rebecca and my review of Jake's research. Then, on a Wednesday evening, I received a text from an unknown number. "Need to meet urgently. Information about Jake. Same place, tomorrow, 2 p.m. The message's brevity and urgency triggered immediate concern. Had Rebecca found something definitive about Jake's fate, or was she herself in danger? Now, I arrived at the coffee shop 30 minutes early, selecting a table with a clear view of both the entrance and the street outside. Rebecca arrived precisely at 2, tall, looking considerably more harried than during our previous meeting. She carried no folder this time, just a small notebook that she kept clutched tightly. "Thank you for coming," she said, sitting down and immediately scanning the room. "I wasn't sure if you would." "You said you had information about Jake," I replied. "Of course I came." She nodded, her attention still divided between our conversation and the environment. "Before I share what I found, I need to be clear about something. After today, we shouldn't have further direct contact, for your safety and mine." A chill ran through me at her words. "What's happened?" "My investigation has attracted attention," she said quietly. "My laptop was stolen from my hotel room 3 days ago, though nothing else of value was taken. And I've noticed consistent surveillance, the same vehicles appearing wherever I go, people photographing me from a distance." "God," I breathed. "Have you gone to the police?" A humorless smile crossed her face. "With what evidence? A stolen laptop could be any random thief, and people taking pictures in public places isn't illegal. Besides, I'm not convinced all local law enforcement would be sympathetic to my concerns." She opened her notebook and pushed it across the table. Inside was a hand-drawn map with several locations marked. "I've confirmed at least 7 active compounds in the region," she explained, keeping her voice low. "Based on Jake's research and my own sources, they appear to be connected, different cells of the same organization or allied groups with similar objectives." She pointed to a location circled in red. "This is where you and Jake encountered the bunker. And this," her finger moved to another mark about 20 meters away, "is where a hunter reported strange activity 2 months before Jake disappeared. And here," she indicated a third location, "is where search teams found an abandoned campsite they believe belonged to Jake based on personal items recovered there." I studied the map, noting the proximity of the 3 locations. "You think they found him?" It wasn't a question, but Rebecca nodded anyway. "I think he got too close to something they couldn't allow to be exposed. My source inside federal law enforcement believes these groups are involved in weapons trafficking across the Canadian border. Military-grade hardware, not just hunting rifles." "Why are you telling me this?" I asked, suddenly aware of how dangerous this knowledge might be. "Because my article is going to press next week, and when it does, there could be backlash. I wanted you to be prepared, to take precautions." "What kind of precautions? Against what?" She reclaimed her notebook, closing it carefully. "Against the possibility that someone might connect you to Jake's research or my investigation."
These groups are meticulous about eliminating perceived threats. The coffee shop suddenly felt exposed, vulnerable. I resisted the urge to look over my shoulder to check whether we were being observed. "Even now, I'm not a threat to anyone," I insisted. "I haven't done anything with what I know." "Rational people would understand that," Rebecca agreed. "But we're not dealing with rational actors here. These are extremists who see conspiracy and danger everywhere. In their worldview, anyone connected to exposure is a potential enemy." She stood, preparing to leave. "I've arranged for the full article to be sent to you when it publishes. After that, I suggest a period of heightened awareness. Change your routines, vary your schedule, be observant of your surroundings. Not forever, just until the attention shifts elsewhere." This is insane, I said, feeling overwhelmed. All because we went hiking in the wrong place at the wrong time. Sometimes that's all it takes, Rebecca replied softly. Being in the wrong place at the wrong time can change everything. As she turned to leave, I called after her. Was it worth it for Jake? I mean, did his research, his sacrifice, make a difference? She paused, considering the question. I believe it will. The article incorporates his findings, though I protected his identity. After she left, I remained at the table, my coffee growing cold as I considered the implications of our conversation. What had begun as a simple hiking trip had expanded into something unrecognizable, a dark web of extremism, trafficking, and violence operating in the shadows of America's wilderness. And somewhere within that web, Jake had been caught, silenced for knowing too much, for seeing what others had missed or ignored. The thought filled me with both grief and a growing sense of responsibility. If his work, his discovery, had indeed been meaningful, then perhaps there was value in ensuring it wasn't forgotten or suppressed. I left the coffee shop with a strange mixture of dread and resolve. Whatever came next, I would face it with open eyes, honoring Jake's memory by refusing to look away from uncomfortable truths, even when that gaze invited danger. The forest that had once been a place of sanctuary had been irreversibly transformed in my mind. But perhaps understanding its darkness was the only way to reclaim what it had taken from us. Not through denial or forgetting, but through confrontation with the truth, however terrifying that truth might be. In the end, that may have been Jake's most important legacy to me. Not our years of shared adventure, but this final lesson that some journeys once begun cannot be abandoned, even when they lead into shadow. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please consider giving it a thumbs up and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Unfortunately, the channel is going through a tough time right now, and we really need your help to keep creating content that you love. If you can, please share our videos with your friends and family and leave a comment to let us know what you think. Every little bit helps and keeps us motivated to bring you more great content. Thanks again for being part of our community, and we hope to see you in the next video.